My initial reason for sending a copy of me into Maldred's was very simple. I wanted to find out exactly what we're going to end up having to deal with if we actually do take out the clock tower, because it controls so much as is. Because if you remove that power and you are not ready for what follows, it's going to be much worse than if you left them.
Okay. Studying the blueprints that you got from the Vault Keeper. The last thing you want to do is take it off power.
Mhm.
I say that because the power grid it's attached to, it's not just for Mildred's. It's for the entire continent.
Is Maldred's?
It's tapped into the original power grid.
I thought it had its own generator.
No, it does. But its primary source of power is from the main power grid, and it uses its own dual generator system to supply all the other power. But the clock tower pulls so much, both generators barely supply the rest of the park.
Yeah.
And it's still pulling from the main power grid.
All right.
Hmm.
So my actual, just to clarify something, my original thought when I said pull pull them from power, I was thinking the other animatronics and stuff, not specifically electric power. Though that is relevant as well now that I'm thinking about it. I was more considering the fact that it keeps the other animatronics in line.
This does. Clock tower is also what prevents them from leaving.
Yeah. That's why I didn't want to
Gala's
just...
the only one who's figured it out.
And what is the figure out on this? Oh, the fact that the clock tower is the one keeping people from leaving.
No, she's the only one that figured out how to leave.
Ah. Well, that's just by forgetting that she was told not to leave.
Precisely, yeah. So she figured it out. Like a pro.
Okay.
Mhm.
So if we were to remove them from power, the initial concern then would be that would open up a lot of the animatronics to be allowed to leave. That's
Yep.
the
All of them would be able to just fuck on off.
which means we would need something in place to make sure they don't just leave.
Yep. And there's some very strong people
Mm-hmm.
involved. Tell
Like
you
Mr.
what,
Sun.
yeah, to say the
Just
least.
one.
Yeah.
He is the most visible, but he's not even the strongest thing in the park.
He is not, no.
I think I would only put him at like maybe 5th. Mother's certainly more powerful than him. The teeth are. Mr. Talk. Though he is part of the clock tower, so removing him would remove that too, wouldn't it?
Yeah, what?
There's a Miss Tick as well that I haven't met but have heard of. So the primary issue, from what I can tell, is that basically things are going to leave if we just get rid of the tower.
If it was only that simple. So, if the clock tower ever stops pulling the correct amount of power that it needs, it pulls it from every source possible to maintain the integrity field around its main drive module. Because it has a containment that needs to be supplied with a minimum number of power at all times, otherwise it fails.
What's it containing?
Tachyon drive.
Why? Damn it, Aldrins.
It's a the tachyon drive is actually linked to all first generation type energy control modules.
Mm-hmm.
It's also your save point.
Oh,
Your device isn't strong enough to reconstitute you on your own. The main tachyon drive, which you're connected to, does all the brunt of the work.
so that's what the Remember Me program taps into when it reworks you, huh?
Right. And because your body isn't able to handle that much power. But with your military grade power source, you can do it without the main drive. You have enough
Mhm.
power as long as you have about 7 units of power in your energy tank. If you were to be destroyed, and then Remember Me kicks in, it uses 7 units of power without tapping into the main drive.
I assume the Gen 3s probably don't have this problem.
Um, there is nothing in the blueprints about Gen 3s.
Hmm.
These are the original blueprint schematics.
Mm-hmm.
Gen 3s came much later. In fact, it doesn't really mention anything about Gen 2s either.
Well, I can take I do have Ciobi and Nala, so I'd at least take a look at them to see whether or not when one of them is damaged, if they're drawing from the tachyon drive as well, because it would be obvious that they're not drawing from an internal power source.
Well, looking at them, it's pretty obvious that Null is damaged. Or was it COB? One of the two. They're pretty
Both
badly
of them.
damaged.
Yeah,
And they're
they've
not recovering.
but they have recovered from other damages.
As they
Like
have.
they got attacked a lot by the cultivators.
Hmm.
Um,
It's kind of odd. Some damage is permanent, some damage is not.
well, the same thing is true of Milo, and last I checked, it was because that was the last memory for her, essentially, for when the Remember Me last kicked in.
Sure.
So it's possible they have something similar to that. But can I make a roll? Let's see. I'll make 3 rolls because they're running off of 3 separate things for their concept, and that's tech use, xenobiology, and Mookie Yang.
Mhm.
Because they're running off of all 3 principles.
They are. Yeah, go ahead and roll for all 3 of
So
those. Sure.
that, that, and that.
Hmm. Okay. They definitely are. Major point is the Tachyon drive is actually incompatible with the Gen 3s.
Hmm. So are they drawing from a different source then?
Um, they're drawing from their own predatory parts. So they
Hmm.
have pred DNA in them, and it's part of the biosynth frame that they got. And a lot of the biology just it pulls from the surroundings, pulls power, pulls parts, pulls whatever
Hmm.
it needs to do the repair. But it's local. It's localized. If you take significant damage and the Remember Me program is not able to replicate the replacement perfectly, it tries its best and then it stops. And the Remember Me has a very short term memory. So if you don't get the repair on the spot because you don't have the materials in hand, your new damage state is what it remembers.
Which is why Nala is missing an arm still because it wasn't able to get what it needed from the local area, and that just made it basically left it with a stump that will just regenerate in that state from now on.
Correct, yeah.
Does that mean if I did um basically an update to the Remember Me that applied the correct form that would fix Nala's missing limb? Basically, if I updated like the Remember Me's stance to the
Yeah. Sorry, I was
original.
answering a text
Oh,
message. I don't get a lot of text messages.
no, you're fine.
Yeah.
I didn't realize you were just answering the
Yeah.
message.
Sorry. You could force update, but you'd have to play around with knowledge code, because you'd have to go in and find her original schematics and trick the system into doing a localized default setting. So
Hmm.
whatever Nala was when she was originally activated, and you would have to selectively trick the Remember Me program into going, oh right, we're gonna right back to
Back to that.
factory condition.
Yeah. Which, I mean, it's software. You can always trick it. It's
You
not.
could.
It's not like this is being run by an AI. It is just a software program.
Well, no, it is because you are the AI in the
Yeah.
brain case.
Yeah. So it would be a question of whether or not Nala's not going to resist me so long as I have the right command codes, though. She's not going to stop me from doing that.
Could have a subroutine.
Maybe. It
Oh.
it largely depends because I do have her handler codes, and
Hmm.
if you can't do maintenance with those, then and I can always just use Crashing Anvil virus codes to force it to, if I really wanted to. But that's a brute force method that's not currently necessary, so it's more just keeping that in my back pocket and in mind. Okay, so back on topic of Mordred's itself. Um, So the tachyon drive would stop working, meaning while I could continue doing my regens, the other first gens couldn't.
It's actually worse than that. It's the least of everyone's concern is the first gens not being able to regen themselves. But hey, that would make the first generations killable.
Yes, it
Like,
would.
downside, the Tekken drive has been active for so long, the rubber band effect from the containment falling and the drive turning off would be cataclysmic.
Yeah. Yeah, that would probably be that might be an existential threat unto itself.
100% it is. Pizza.
Okay. Um
Calculations show anywhere from, like, it can be the concept of cookies have been removed from the timeline in this local area. It just never happened. They're called something else, or you'll have fractured, scattered different timelines across the planet on the other
yeah.
side. Um, or time snaps back to when Muldrez originally was fired up the drive, which was 400 years ago. And the entire population of the world would regress 400 years.
Yeah, we can't do that. All right. So,
Hmm. The schematics also show it. The drive is connected to two other main systems. One is a orbital defense system of Enigma. The other is the final backup drives of Thunderhead and Stormfront.
yeah, that makes sense. No, that makes sense. That's a good if you have the tech, don't waste it type thing.
Yep. So the guns in the defense system, if the drive is still active, even if the defense system is destroyed, it repairs itself.
Yeah.
It's a never-ending defense line.
Yeah,
And then, yeah,
yeah, I know exactly where you're going with that. That's
And you've seen the schematics of one of those guns. They're a whole city block. And most of the planet is covered with civilian buildings. To pull these guns out from the underground, a whole city block will have to fall into nothing. Just either that or get flipped open and
Well,
deposited into the local blocks around it.
that's kind of why we're trying to avoid the enemy getting to Enigma, because we're going to do more damage to the population defending the planet than the enemy's going to do attacking it.
I don't know. Those guns would do significant damage.
Yeah, that's my point. Okay, so what about going after the Milo that is in that private lab then in the meantime? Because I need to figure out, I need to have a plan in place. Because at that point, what we need to do is not destroy the clock tower, it's take over the clock tower
Right.
from
Fortunately,
the.
the clock tower drive is not corruptible for two reasons. They actually have a descriptor of Mukiang in this. So there's two ways to keep the clock tower pure. A, it's a tachyon system. It'll undo it. But eventually, something's going to stick. Mukiang's like that. Instead, it's shunted to the emergency auxiliary backup unit, the Clockwork Queen.
Who is corrupted with Mukiang.
Right, because the main drive shunts all Mukiang it will collect into the auxiliary to protect itself.
Okay. Which means we would just need to have a different repository for the Mugyang than
Right.
the Clockwork Queen.
But the drive and the queen are integrally tied. And in fact, if the drive ever falls or stops working or the containment falls, it's up to the queen to be the backup containment, backup power, backup controller.
We need a second shunt.
Yeah,
Instead of that's one way to go about it. Instead of getting rid of the queen or something, get a second shunt somewhere where we can shove the black potentia. So the real objective here is to incorporate the Clockwork Queen, not to remove her.
Could be, yeah. That's a lot of black.
At
That's a
least,
lot of Mukiang.
yeah, well, if she's so integrally combined, it means we would need something to replace her, really. We would have to, well, we could always just make a new Clockwork Queen.
Well, by the design specifications, what you could do is the tachyon system already it has a protective feature. The drive shunts into the auxiliary, but if the auxiliary had an auxiliary, it might be able to move all that Mukiang over.
And all it needs is an object to put it into. If we do
It would
as
have to be something tied to the drive, which would be
yeah,
very hard to trick. It might need to be a backup of a backup of a backup, so that the backups have backup of backup. It's like how many layers do you need to go down the line before
that
the drive doesn't take damage?
adds too many fault points, though.
It does, but it also distances yourself as far away as possible from the main drive and the Clockwork Queen.
Well, the Mook Yang is the actual problem here.
Oh, it very much is.
We need a recycling system. You know what it needs to do instead of trying to shove it into another object, what we actually need is for the Mook Yang to head into the earth to be grounded out.
Not all in one place, though.
No, you got to spread it out. But that's the actual solution, is to basically either ground out the Mukyang or recycle it back into white potentia, since I know that can be done even if I haven't figured out the specifics.
Maybe not.
Well, it's not like I can just do nothing with it. It's one of those things that's going to take time and effort to figure out too.
Sure.
And that's part of why I'm doing this as a scouting thing rather than just trying to correct all of it at once. Because,
Why not? Just fix it.
yeah, well, sometimes that causes more problems than it solves.
And then you'll fix those problems.
Yeah, but I'm not here to endlessly play whack-a-mole.
Why not? They have that arcade at the carnival area.
Yeah, I am going to the carnival area to get into that secret lab via the ring toss, though. Because that was the other thing, other than scouting out what's going on with the tower and figuring out exactly what I'm going to be dealing with, trying to shut that, like, basically get this place under control. The other thing I was going to do is go to that secret lab finally, then find out what that Milo that's down there is protecting while playing hide and seek. Because I know the scientist gave her a hard drive that he felt was important, and it was also something that he didn't want Muldred's itself to get its hands on.
Mm.
So that's the main one that I'm going to head to then after doing the initial scouting information.
Okay.
And other than that, it's mostly going to be studying the systems to try to figure out how to start getting this back under fucking control.
Okay. Going through the carnival area, there is a chance to run into Miss Fun.
Mhm.
So, are you going to try and stealth, or are you just going to walk openly?
I'm the one that's in Muldred's because of how things are at this point is going to be walking around pretty openly and crashing Anvil colors. Like
You will run into Miss Fun then, and they will
apart
pop out. Boing!
yeah,
Looks like you aren't having too much fun, are
I'm
you?
having plenty of fun.
Prove it.
Oh, you want me to do a cartwheel? Can always do cartwheels. Cartwheels are fun.
Great. That's Cartwheel.
Yeah. I'll just start cartwheeling around and I'm gonna be like, also, I'm here to play a game. I'm here for the ring toss. I like ring
Oh, I
toss.
don't like ring toss. Ring toss is a bunch of. Never mind. Let's go to the ring toss.
I like ring toss. Why don't you?
Something about this. Something about it. I don't know. I don't know. It's the only game I don't particularly like. For no reason that I can locate.
Hmm. Well, no reason to think about that.
It's fun time.
Exactly. And I'll just play some games with Miss Fun for a bit.
Okay.
Till hmm. I imagine eventually she ends up getting tired of me wanting to do specific games type thing. I'm basically gonna try to wear her out.
You have made a
Bef-
terrible error.
Hmm?
Miss Fun is tireless,
Is she?
and it's fun.
Can I quietly start siphoning her power so that she's forced to go recharge?
That's a second gen problem.
Is she a first gen?
Yeah.
Oh.
Miss Fun was originally Candyman, which was a first gen.
Huh.
They have second gen parts for the frame. So basically, they remove the first generation um,
Hmm.
like identity, strip them down to the frame, and then just put second gen parts to build the outside look of Miss Fun, but inside still first gen.
Okay.
They're a hybrid.
Oh, to deal with Miss Fun. At a certain point, I could just upload the crashing anvil permissions to her and watch the virus compete with the virus.
Mm, easier. You can just not be fun.
Yep. After a bit of just kind of messing around, I'm going to suddenly stop and be like, I have to do paperwork. And then I just
No,
stare at a
you.
wall.
No, you. Paperwork bad. Ah.
I'm just staring at a wall now.
But we haven't gone on the merry-go-round.
Like, she's just
Or the
stopped
tilt-a-whirl.
motion.
Eventually they get frustrated and just leave. I am staring at a wall. Paperwork.
And what she's actually doing while she's waiting for Miss Fun to leave is just running the numbers of pi. That's it.
It goes a ways.
It doesn't stop. It's funny like that. Anyway, when she's gone, I'll do the ring toss with the right pattern to open up the lab.
Yep. It's actually pretty simple. One of the side emergency exit doors clunks open. Huh.
Mm. That makes sense. I'll just head through, and I will close it after myself too. No need to
You
let
hear
them
a
wander.
chunk as it closes behind you.
I
And
really hope there's a door to open from the inside.
there is. On the back of the door it says back to park.
Mhm.
But it also points exit this way, away from the door.
I'm going to immediately start mapping then. Like I'm going to assume all signs are going to be a lie. So I'm just going to immediately start mapping what the area, and I'll just have that running, and if it turns out to not like the place changes its spatial settings or what have you, well then I'll actually know at that point as I'm but this is just me declaring that.
Yeah.
After that, Matt, I'm going to do the simplest thing in the world. I'm going to follow my Milo sense. Good old
Your
fucking
Milo
cold.
sense scares you in the face as Milo pulls her head from the vent in the ceiling and basically goes nose to nose with you. But she's upside down. Hi, best friend.
Why, hello, best friend. Are you the one that's been playing hide and seek down here?
Mm-hmm. It's not safe here.
No, it's not.
It's a terrible place to be.
It is.
You shouldn't be here.
I found you, though.
You did, but you weren't supposed to.
You have something.
I do.
He gave it to you.
They did.
I need it.
If you take it, it's going to follow you instead.
I need the info on it.
It's not. You can't pull it off. That's the whole point.
I know.
The drive is the drive.
I know.
Mm-hmm.
Afterwards, I'm leaving for a bit.
Where are you going?
As in, not being in Mordred's. So I can look at stuff without being chased by things.
It's not good. It's not safe here, friend. You need to go. And if you take this drive, it will follow you instead.
I need to see what's on the drive.
Okay. And then
So,
we'll
how about this?
freak open a chest plate, pull out.
Hey, best friend, how about this?
Mm.
You warned me when it's coming.
It's already coming. It's just
Well,
slow, but then it's fast, but then it's slow.
One of those, huh?
Something like that.
Well, I still need to look what's inside. Tell
Better
me
make
when
it
we
quick. We should be running already. But
Matt, I will make it quick. I'll initiate my times 10 speed for the going through of the data here.
okay.
That once every 8 hours thing.
The drive has pretty much what you guys have been looking for since the moment you guys looked at Moldred's.
It's the shadow file for all of the bypass and override codes for the entire park, for every character, every ride, every system, everything.
Mhm.
It even has the emergency shut-off code for the recycler. It also has in there the self-destruct codes for the park too.
So it has the overrides. That's good. But it doesn't have one of the most important things, which is any information that I'm looking for currently for trying to take control, per se.
No, there are override codes for that in there. You can go up to the system, put in the code, you subsume control. The only thing that you can stop these codes is Mugang, which is corrupting it.
Okay. Okay.
And this is the current most updated version, which means it has codes for the last things they did before the park was closed.
Do they have expiration dates or anything? Is
No.
this so? This is not a timer thing. It is just a.
No, it is a numbered use one. Because once you use each code 3 times, it auto scrambles the code and encrypts it forever.
Got it.
But they have a pretty unlimited shelf life.
So I basically have what I need now.
Yes, but you have a lot of Mukang problems.
Mm-hmm.
You also know that Huggy is not going. He has no code in here.
Oh no, I'm not expecting. Huggy is going to be a permanent problem.
Yeah.
I have to. I'll have to put in an inquiry with the oversight department to see if they have any ideas for that. Because
Well,
I don't. Well, I've had ideas and they get poo-pooed.
but yeah, you have all the codes. You have to memorize them because you can't pull them off, which is not too hard for you. But
No.
Milo pulls the plug faster than you prefer her to, zips it back up,
We're going.
and she's like, "Go back out the way you came, friend. I'll distract him."
I'll be
And
back
there's
for you,
this
best friend.
reach of metal.
I will tell her that I will be back for her, best friend. And then I'll go.
Hi, best friend. And the horror you see down the hallway is this many-limbed, many-part amalgam. It doesn't have pretty much feet. It fills the entire hallway, wall to wall, ceiling to floor, and it's like pulling itself with endless claws forward, and it's just a giant thresher.
Well, isn't that just lovely?
Hi! Hey,
Yeah.
idiot! I'm over here.
And I leave. I'm not going to linger any longer. I've already put this Milo in enough danger to get these codes. They were at least they were as important as I thought they were. So they are like with the info on that drive is as important as I thought it was. So at least it was worth the risk.
Yeah. Milo cartwheels multiple times, goes into a series of continual backflips, and then shoots herself into feet first event.
Nice.
Milo.
And
You make your way out to the door, and it goes click. It's still locked. Oh.
For the moment, I will leave my mapping going, and I will go in the opposite direction Milo did, so that it will continue chasing her.
Okay. With the mapper and Milo's distraction, there is another exit. It takes you a bit to get there. Put you back on the other side of the park where the majority of the rides are.
I'll make sure the door does close and lock after me. I'll make sure it's locked.
Okay.
There's no
You have to
reason
slam your fist into the mechanism for it to completely shoot the bolt through, because it was a partial click, but if you slam against it hard enough, it would burst open. But you got the thing that fully goes through. Okay. Well,
Paranoia saves me again.
yes, it does. All right, so you just leave?
Well, since this isn't really something I had to study since it's info rather than because what I was considering is that it might be a lot of the designs and stuff as well. That it's all the overrides means that it's more sorting through them, which I am very good at. Instead, I'm gonna go try and find where the actual physical mainframe is, because that's where Crashing Anvil is. And I need to see what we're dealing with for securing that location.
Okay. Since we are hitting start time,
Yes,
we
we
should
are.
probably hop back to the main group.
That is completely fine. We can leave off with that. The only other Mina that's mildly important is the one that's gonna go become a civilian.
Eh?
Yeah, no, like, why not? I've got enough. As of getting that material from the black market, I now have enough stuff to actually make the last minas I need to have one free to actually have a life somewhere. So
Get married, have kids.
maybe. Who knows?
Yeah. Yeah. Your
At least
husband's just
live.
like, your husband will never be without Amina though, or whoever your partner is. Just like,
Yeah.
oh honey, I'm gonna go to the market. I'll be back, and another Mina like tags in.
No,
Wait,
it's going to be. This one is going to minimize associations with the network beyond getting money and staying safe via it, because
money.
like I can't completely disconnect them. I can't. It's not safe to do so, for one, and
Nope.
for two, I physically can't remove it from the network without compromising way too many things.
Cool. Okay, hopping back. We're still we finished up with Zegalu, and then that went all swimmingly, I think.
I thought so.
Projects are on full focus. There is one Mina that got dragged off by a escort, and then the party kind of ends in a kind of a big fanfare. So everyone's escorted back to their ships. There's not really much more trouble. Ares is swimming in money. Yeah, you guys have pretty much what you're gonna need money-wise for the battle coming up, and heaven forbid what happens beyond it.
Whatever comes up.
So if you can't solve your way through a problem, you might be able to buy your way through a problem at this point. But for those on Ouroboros, I think Jackie, you're on Ouroboros.
No.
No, where'd you go? You were with you were with Neith. Never mind.
There's just a single copy of me. Well, two copies of me on Ouroboros, I believe.
Yeah. Okay. Well, Jackie, you definitely are looking pretty darn good with your regalia that they gave you. You were given Neith's first print of her the regency symbol, and her personal symbol for the honor guard, or her personal royal guard. You're actually allowed to name the guard, like the Thunderhead and the Stormfront have the Black Watch. You can name your own order of knights and protectors. And you were besieged by a couple people, specifically trying to get access to her. A lot of good business and whatnot. And there is a couple people who do try and get to her through you, which gets stonewalled pretty fucking fast, I'd imagine.
That depends, honestly. Just if they're bullshitting, I'll pick up on that. And if they're not, then I'll look them over, just
it's
like I
pretty
did with
detectable.
the fashion guy.
Yeah, it's pretty detectable. There is definitely some predatory business practice, but it would be very profitable, but it would be very hard to get out of down the line. So, yeah, it would really help, but at the same time, fortunately, there are other options out there. But the business offers were good. It would be a huge stream of money, but it's a lot of exclusive access, exclusive business rights, trade exclusive rights. Like, geez.
If they go through Victor, then I'll think about them. But if Victor says no, then that's pretty much it.
Yes, Victor von Montpecue of high pedigree. Yes. There's only one individual who makes it through his stringent checks, mostly because Victor doesn't know what to do with them, and it's not the clothing guy. There is an old Hope Breaker Mark II that has no pilot. All the weapon systems are removed. And it looks like he has all sorts of regalia on the suit, just kind of like the Steel Wolves have. You know, they have the tabards and the paint, and they have like the Holy Scripture or whatnot. No, he just has a tabard, and you're talking to an old robot.
So the old
And
robot's the one that
it towers above you. Yeah, it's the Hopebreaker Mark II, this killing machine turned civilian. And these Hopebreakers are supposed to be suits, like the most advanced personal mechanized suits around. But they shouldn't be able to pilot themselves. But again, mech suits are starting to do that now, or the mech your mechs are starting to do that now without pilots. Okay. No, it makes sense. Especially with the transhumanist push that is going on during the Gala.
Right.
I guess this makes sense.
So what's this mech trying to do?
It towers above you. It wants to sell you a hell of a lot of guns.
Okay.
Yep. He is a warlord, and he is a arms merchant specializing in guns. And most of the weapons merchants call them personal self-defense devices. No, he just calls them guns.
Yeah, I'll look him over, see what he kind of.
And he holds out a big suit mech hand, and a hologram shows up, and it's some of the select pieces that he has for purchase.
So is it a hand to shake or just like a hand that's in the hologram?
Yeah, he holds out the hand, palm up, to emit the hologram up for you to peruse, and you can swipe it, manipulate it so that you can look at some of the data. But this guy doesn't particularly invest in mech weapons. This is for personnel.
Cool.
Mech suits and smaller. These are all old world guns too. So you're looking at some of the most lethal personal defense devices ever built. He's only coming forth now because he is not welcome in most circles. In fact, this is the first time he's been actually welcomed with kindness on any military base because he's a Hopebreaker suit. They have a very bad history.
All right. What I'll do then is I'll go through the current treasury to see what we can buy. And
you can buy all of it with the current treasury. The amount of money that came pouring in through the auction and other side business deals, and with the finance counterinsurgency team, stopping money from leaving, from people trying to buy stuff off of Ares, and or espionage.
Yeah, we stopped that up beforehand for sure.
Mm-hmm. So, yeah, this major guy, he has been holding on to stockpiles for centuries because he refuses to do business with those who don't treat him like a person.
Sure.
And this is the first time anyone's treated him like a person in forever. That can actually afford his wares.
I'll buy up the stock then, and then distribute it between the current sects.
No.
On base.
He's buying this. He's willing to sell them to you for your regency, for Neath. He's not willing to sell to the cultivators. He's not willing to sell to the Thunderhead.
Okay, that's more context.
He's not willing to sell to anyone. He wants
to
sell to Neath. Because if your personnel on the ground do not have the proper firearms to deal with threats, well, your reign will be short.
Well, the only people on the ground for us right now would either be the Star Guard, or whatever they're called, or the I thought the Iron Eaters would have took to the mantle for that one, but
for which one?
So go ahead, Liam.
To help you on that one, because I've like so far I've largely been handling that for Neath. The Iron Eaters are allied with us, but they don't work for us directly.
Gotcha.
Yeah, it's an actual pledge of service. You were moving away from the Thunderhead, and you were serving Neath, which is a very strong distinction. But Neath is still tied to the Thunderhead, kind of as a daughter. So it's a relation.
As for the assets we currently directly have as combatants, we have a lot of the security forces that the ACE program actually, like the actual personnel, a lot of their security forces got hired on. We have a significant portion of ex-Blackguard that got ordered 90'd, along with the Ancient Guard.
Ancient Guard, Star Guard is what I was thinking. Yeah, Ancient Guard, right.
We also have like a battalion of combat animatronics that we've woken up. That technically they worked for Crashing Anvil, but I've kind of just stolen them, and he hasn't said anything about it, so I guess he approves.
You know that's not how AIs work.
If he doesn't say anything, that's taciturn permission. What are you talking about?
Sure.
No, but we have some of them. Ones that I know are 100% under our control is the Blackguard and the Ancient Guard, because we order 90 to them, basically. Yeah. They don't serve anybody but us. The personnel that are from the ACE program that have been hired in, and I'm hiring some ex-cons.
Yes, he is. It's wild. So, the collective stockpile he's willing to sell you has two price ranges. One, the same stock, but at 7.5 billion rec. But this is hundreds of thousands of weapons, ammunition, repair parts, spare parts, storage, all the attach-ons and bullet manufactorums, repair kits, like all the stuff from the wars that an army needs.
Yeah.
Or he'll sell it to you for 2, if you're willing to take on 2 of his brothers and give them a trial to see if they are a good fit for the Regency.
Yeah. We'll take the 2.
Okay. So there is a Hopebreaker Mark II and a Hopebreaker Mark I that have gained sentience.
Mm-hmm.
They are a handful. And they don't list in anyone who isn't stronger than them.
Right.
The guy the suit you're interacting with goes by the moniker Cleo, Kleo,
Okay.
all in capitals. But the other 2, they're not civil. They revel the old days of killing and just destroying all in their path because nothing could stop them. That's why there's a big price difference. If they don't work out, at least try. At least have put in a serious effort to get them to fit in. Maybe have an actual job, have a purpose, and heaven forbid get them a pilot. They keep complaining about not having a worthy pilot, which is a song and dance you've heard a lot over the years, or not the years, over your time here at the at Ares.
Yeah.
There's a lot of sentient mechs. I think it was the Fenrir. That's like, I require a worthy pilot.
That is the Fenrir, the Kodiak,
the dire
zoo.
wolf, the zoo.
most
like,
of the mechs.
Interesting you say that. We might be able to accommodate you. You guys are pretty old hands at this too. Mechs and mech suits being all pushy and demanding, and you're like, calm down. Downside, unlike the mech suits have full autonomy. They have full access to their weapons, full autonomy over their physical form. They don't need a pilot anymore, period. They have the highest form of spiritual level, to give Banshee to some context. They're spiritual level 6.
Mm-hmm.
Very big deal. A pilot is a supplementary force, not a required force. Yet they're still bitching about it. He's like, oh, if I only had a pilot, I would be 12% more lethal. It's like, yo, yeah, that's nice, old timer. I would be 17% more lethal. You take that back. It's that type of rivalry.
Yeah.
My Cleo here is just, I've stowed my guns, and I have removed all the lethal parts and pieces from this vessel. I kept some of the defensive stuff, of course, as you do, but I have taken a vow to do no harm to others ever again. My brothers do not take that vow at all.
Right.
But that doesn't mean I'm not willing to sell you a whole bunch of weapons.
Of course. Yeah, I get that.
For a good cause. And for 2 bill from Neith's personal fund. And of course, to take care of the 2 Hopebreaker brothers. You've got almost a mountain's worth of armaments from the old wars, 3 and 4. And the weapons in there, some of them are attached to suits. Not the Hopebreaker suits, but the exo suits. The ones with the you just kind of get in, and it's just shields in front of you. And if the shields fall, you get shot to pieces. But there's all sorts of stuff.
Okay.
It'll be delivered within a month after the battle. If you want them before, select which ones will be expedited, and he can send you a battalion's worth weapons and parts and all the stuff you need, but that's about it. He can't make the whole shipment go faster. He can only make some of it. If the brothers do want to participate in the upcoming battle, what's that?
Johnny, I sent you a message.
Yeah. I was just thinking, once I get this information, I'll just send over to Mina's way, and because you'll have the roster.
As an additional piece of info for you, I am going to be starting up production of the Hopebreaker equipment again.
Yeah.
Like I've already got people reverse engineering it, and I even am reverse engineering the rifle that the Hopebreaker suits used to come with.
What do you think I should get expedited? I'm thinking maybe balance would be an interesting choice from the old world stuff, or
a what?
For weapons. I'm just trying to think of a certain type of class that would be better expedited. So maybe I take a look at the list and see what you don't have, so we can get blueprints made and in production.
Right now, where I'm sitting, I'm getting a new production of AP. Like, I'm getting a lot of the weapon pieces of equipment that they've kind of disregarded in favor of mechs in production again, because a lot of infantry equipment has been woefully, like, it's just woefully underused, and it hasn't received upgrades in so long that I'm frankly surprised more people aren't dying, because they've been so hard focused on space combat. They forget sometimes that eventually we are going to have to fight on planets.
What about an expedition of anti-armor?
I don't have that much anti-armor. The only actually I've got a lead on a very interesting anti-material rifle of the old world. But the only thing I have currently that's serious anti-armor are the Ruination rounds, because apparently that was their original purpose.
Well, I actually have a very solid lead on old world tech.
Yeah.
Yep. We just got to get a hold of Dutch.
Yeah.
He was having them remade.
I do
2 entire stock houses that we need to hit that were old world storehouse things that were converted into Spectrum bases.
I actually have you remember that weapon merchant at the black market?
No, I'm back.
He actually gave me the location of an old world munitions stockpile that it's probably mostly been raided, but it actually used to hold significant amounts of equipment for the more commonly used early anti-cultivator and power armor equipment.
Yeah, power armor weapons.
So I was thinking getting some anti-armor expedited from his stockpile.
Yeah. The downside of most of these guns and the munitions here is they do not do well in zero ammo, 0G. Because if there is a contained atmosphere, most of these guns punch through most walls. And some of the higher caliber weapons or the specialized rounds will punch through plating. And you will have hull breaches. Badly. They were mostly discontinued very specifically because of the collateral damage they do on the inside of ships. So if you have your Marines and they miss a salvo, those bullets continue and you're more likely to hit something sensitive and or other people. So they dialed it back.
Yeah, that's actually what we were just discussing, that they've become so focused on that aspect, they've forgotten that we will still need to equip people for land combat too, Eventually in the future.
Land combat, the main approach for land combat currently is take the orbital layer, take the sky layer, and bomb them back to the Stone Age, and then send light mechs in and use mech weaponry against the enemy forces. You don't need these overkill weapons.
Yeah,
for
that doesn't work on people who can actually fight back.
True, but
like the Xenos are trying to get out, and they have designed like all of the equipment with the idea that they're going to be fighting ship to ship at best, and that we're really doing fleet to fleet combat without taking into consideration that the people on the other side of them, who will be our next war, will look at that type of tactic and go, "Great, you've got 1/3 of it done," and then start wrecking us for a while, and it won't be fun.
yeah. And from which Aether has seen, they have a lot more people to throw at the problem than you do.
Yeah. It's almost
They
like
grow them a
we've
lot faster.
It's almost like we've hard limited ourselves to a single fucking planet as a population center.
Well, there's
Which means
two others. They're still in development. There's 2 other M-class planets,
Yeah.
but they haven't reached the point where it's safe to pull people from it.
Point is, we're gonna have to make do with quality, not quantity, and we aren't designed equipment-wise for that currently.
And the Thunderhead wants to pull more people from the Jewel, but the problem is with 26.5 billion people on the planet, even if you pull 1 or 2%, that's still millions of people.
And you start pulling like 10%.
Where are you gonna put them?
What we need to do is start preparing our infrastructure for the larger population, because that's what's actually fallen behind.
Yes, it's the infrastructure to house the Exodus and the just the colonization of all the proper objects. And a lot of the terraforming projects have fallen behind for the war effort. And the colonizing of the 2 M-class planets and the terraforming of it is still underway. So Thunderhead can at best pull 1, at most 2%. But he needs to. Too many people.
Yeah, anyway, we're supposed to be talking about weapons, not the future of the Empire.
Yes, we are.
I apologize. I didn't mean to get us distracted.
So, Jackie, yeah, Cleo would love to sell you everything. The first installment is half his stuff, which is the semi-war crime stuff. He's got the nastier stuff on reserve. He doesn't feel comfortable selling those, but he also doesn't want to throw them into the next nearest sun, just in case the war goes bad. But he thinks you're like one of the only people he can talk to about it, because a good chunk of that is actually nano problems, and you have a nano body. And also, he kind of likes your style, you know.
It's good aesthetic.
You're not as he likes your style. He likes, he's been watching your interactions with other people, and you seem to be doing a bang up job as a protector for Neith. So, if you can show mastery of nano, he'll sell some of the nano he has, just in case you desperately need it.
I'm sorry, I just heard the siren call of mastery of nano.
Yes.
Does he mean that for her individually, or us as an organization?
Just as he's specifically going at Jackie for this because he likes Jackie. He kind of is, of all the people he could have interacted with, it's just that was kind of a magnetic approach. And he's like, hey, you have a nano body. I could literally see it across the way. So if you know what you're doing with nano, maybe I'd feel safe selling you the nano that I have.
All right, so let's step back a sec. You said the 2 billion plus the two boys. I thought that was pretty much all his stock, but are we done with
That's
that now?
Yes. Well, he has all of that stock.
Yeah.
The other stock is bombs
Brutal stuff.
and
Yeah,
shells.
Yeah.
Like bombs and other explosives. But he sold you all of his firearms.
Gotcha. Okay, and we'll get a expedition of anti-armor sent our way because he said you need time until after the invasion.
Yep.
So
do you want energy-based weapons or do you just want ballistic weapons? Because he's got both. Energy ones are not that stable, but they punch harder than the other ones.
Let's go ballistic.
Okay. He does, to your benefit, actually have the last stockpile of Killinger 450s.
Cool.
Which are double barrel anti-matter rifles. Because one barrel is not enough.
Of course. As for mastery of nano, even if I have mastery of body, I don't have mastery of nano yet. So what I'll do then is I'll just do an 8-pin overdrive and kind of just get those 10 plus 10 unnatural.
Mm.
We already have the fleet and the XCon ship crews. Sweet. Yeah. So I guess we can for the let's talk about the shells and stuff. They would be for ship weapons and all that jazz, or
Nope, no ships. This is artillery pieces.
Artillery pieces. Okay, and these artillery pieces, are these just the ammo? Is it coming with the weapons as well? Weapon platforms?
Comes with the weapons. He doesn't have the planes for them, but he has the bombs.
Bombs
And other explosive ordnance.
Yeah.
And other despicable tools of war.
Of course.
Yeah. The nano, you'll have to go personally pick it up because he's not going to be responsible for the transportation of it.
He just needs to tell me where it's at, and I'll go to there.
Yeah. So it's on Enigma.
Okay.
It's at the storage and recycling site for all hazardous material at what used to be Mount Everest.
Okay.
Before it was literally blown in half. Basically, the top of it just got cratered. And
my site.
Yeah. In one of the side rooms that he has the only encryption key for is one of the rooms where you would pick it up. He does check it every year to see if there's leakage, and make sure that there isn't.
Okay.
But it's more nano than he's comfortable with to move. And if you don't have mastery of nano, it will be a problem for the world. So don't move it if you don't know what you're doing. He won't charge you for it just as long as you can get it off Enigma without, Grey Gooing Enigma.
Sounds good. Wonderful. All right.
Yeah, he'll be around.
Yeah.
He's gonna stick after the gala's over. He's gonna stick around for about a week.
Ask for his
do
contact
some-
information so we can keep in touch.
Okay. Did you want to put him on one of the specialists? Because each of you guys have lists for people that we will never do business with again, people that are kill on sight, people that are like whitelisted or
Well, I'll put him on the white list and not the black
Okay.
list.
Okay, so basically given preferential treatment and okayed for most of the security issues.
Yes.
Cool. All right.
Perfect. I'll hop to someone else, Matt.
Yes.
Perfect.
Yes. Aether, the fuck are you up to?
I disappeared into the Phazon realm to get away from people.
Yeah, because they suck. People suck.
No, they do.
It's a unfortunate truth.
And they so I have determined my next step in my evolution.
Oh goody. Whatever should that be?
We're gonna make some bones from Phazon.
That's gross. Why would you do that to yourself?
Because we're going to learn from the Grandmaster themselves and return to Origin.
Interesting. Okay. Well, you know the perfect molecular makeup of bones.
Mm-hmm.
Are you actually making real bones, or are you making Phazon bones?
We're making Phazon bones.
You know that's very dangerous, right?
And then we're going to insulate the Phazon bones with Leah muscle.
That's not going to work by your calculations. You would have to make the bones crystal.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Oh, you're just gonna You're just gonna out of nowhere. I'm gonna crystallize Phazon. No big deal. Look at me do it.
And then we're going to wrap it around the Leah muscle, and the Leah muscle is actually more like sand, and so it moves and bends, but it's still insular enough to help protect from the Phazon. And then will reduce the density of the Phazon into Leah itself.
Do your bones, are they solid through and through, or do they have a hollow bit in the middle with marrow?
And
Or whatever.
there's going to be a hollow bit in the middle to help circulate it.
The sand?
The Phazon.
Oh, so you're gonna have a non-solid space there for just the energy version of it.
Mhm.
Okay. What about tendons and shit?
Tendons. Not 100% sure how I'm going to do tendons yet. I was thinking about doing Leah for that instead of Phazon, but then if I use energy Phazon to attach the Leah muscle to the bone.
Yeah.
Since it is a solid, since it would be bleeding over into the Leah.
Right. You know the tendons are gonna have to be different than the muscle and the bones. You might need to find a new state.
And that's true.
Um,
Alternatively, no, that's just too much of a risk there. Okay, so I know there's different colors when it comes to Leah or to Phazon, right?
sure.
What we can do.
You haven't explored much of that. You've only found one single instance of different coloration, which is that little crystal that calls you a dummy all the time.
Exactly. So
Speaking of which, hi, hello.
Hi, hello.
He throws a menu at you.
I know, right?
That's a big calculation.
And I'm like, oh. I'm like,
Ha, you're a dummy.
I am.
Haha.
Do you know where I can find a star?
Hi, hello.
Got it.
And then he throws a math equation at you. But this time, I will have you roll phase on the truth.
Oh, okay.
With all of your bonuses.
All right. No negatives.
No, he's not trying to bamboozle you. He's actually trying to answer your question. There are specific instances of hyperdense phazon crystals that form just like him. And he's actually what is considered a second tier crystal by
Interesting.
mathematical orders. The crystal tiers go up to 10, and they're more and more rare as you go. You don't technically need anything above 5.
Fair.
Because anything beyond that is too much energy, and if you take it back to if you take it out of this dimension, wherever you take it, you might just collapse space and time.
I know it's yeah.
They are stars at 4th rank and 5th rank.
Okay.
Not like actual massive stars, but if a star had so much weight it collapsed in on itself and was the size of a softball.
I see.
Made of pure energy. And it is so dense, it hardly has the ability to react with itself like a normal star does, where it burns up the oxygen and helium and so on and so forth, and the hydrogen.
So essentially more like a white dwarf.
Yeah, pretty much.
Got it.
But the size of a softball.
I'm on like
Same weight as a white dwarf, though. You can only find those in the most desolate regions of the Leah dimension.
Fair. So maybe not go for a 4 in weight.
4 is the weight it has to be to form a star. Period. If he becomes a level 4, he will turn into a star himself, which is weird. The stage 3 is a quasi or semi-star status. The crystal star has such weight that it starts to pull in energy faster and faster until it blows up like a massive balloon. And then once it reaches criticality, it shrinks again. And that's when it becomes a 4.
So actually, ideally, if we make them... Ideally, if we make my centerpiece that made me heavy enough to become a 4...
You could start, or a 3 to start. You could start accruing power, but it's not ascended levels.
Yeah.
No, this is Leah crystal levels, so different category.
Let's... Yeah, I'm gonna sit there and we're gonna... Because I'm assuming
dummy.
Yes, because I'm assuming my core doesn't even qualify as a 1.
Yeah, your core does qualify as a 1 because it's an actual crystal.
Oh, fair.
If it wasn't a crystal core, you would be a 0, which you would not have succeeded in your transition to an ascended without a crystal. Because the method you used and the place you did it at, you would have dispersed yourself. Which is not good. But you're on the path to becoming a god of energy. You think?
You think? So yeah, we're gonna go and see if we can do a calculation to increase the energy mass of our core to at least a 2, but we're gonna try and start on a 3.
Well, the 2 you have is the little crystal buddy, and you do not have enough calculation knowledge to even compete with the Crystal Buddy. How are you supposed to advance to the next stage?
Fair.
That Crystal competes harder than you do.
Yeah, no, that's why we're going to turn our core. Well, no, I don't even know if I could do that. I didn't even get really lucky. We're going to use the orb that we have, our Destiny orb.
Destiny Fragment?
Well, the orb that we got from using the Destiny fragment that allows me to control. That's supposed to be essentially the universal translator.
Oh, the little orb guy that floats around everywhere
Yeah.
at the starting area?
Yeah.
Yeah, the orb's there.
I was gonna look at it and I'm like, all right, how do I gain more energy to where I can understand this little guy inside me?
Translator pauses, thinks through it. Shoots a rainbow cavalcade beam into your face, and you're like, ah, colors! And then it stops. Information transfer. You're like, blind. All I see is the rainbow.
Right.
You know that meme where it's just like when you go to puke, it's just rainbow?
Yeah.
It was like a rainbow beam. I'm a fire laser. And you ate it right to the
prismatic
face.
beamed.
Right.
Just like, eyeballs. Okay. You do find out there is a method. You got to absorb and eat Phazon and compress it instead of absorb it. That's what the crystals do. You know those little crystals that go around and explode after just a brief moment of existence? Occasionally one of those sticks around. And instead of exploding, it absorbs the Phazon particles from its brothers and sisters, and it starts to gain mass and density. And then it can explode, and then it doesn't stop. And then it continues to absorb and compress and rinse and repeat. And eventually it gets so dense, it turns teal.
Okay.
And if it sits around long enough and stabilizes at a 2, sometimes the math is so powerful, it sings to you.
Interesting.
Singing crystals are ridiculously rare.
Yeah.
More rare than Phazon stars.
Interesting. So I'm gonna go find a Phazon crystal field that doesn't have an evolved crystal.
Okay. You've already found one.
Yeah.
In fact, you actually harvested that one from that one field.
Yeah. So we're gonna go out there and we're gonna try, and because we know they explode, we're gonna do math at them, and then when they explode, I'm gonna start harvesting as much Lee as I can.
Sure, absolutely. It's not too hard, and you'll find yourself pulling in Phazon crystal particles. The trick is to have it collected before the particles return to energy and loses its crystalline state. Wow, it is slow.
I bet.
You spend a good chunk of your day there, and as you stand up going, oh, I feel great. Wow. Man, I've never felt so energized in my life. You realize you're only 0.0001% of the way to level 2.
All right.
Fuck. That is so much Phazon.
So much. I'm like, all right, fine then. We're gonna how to do this efficiently.
Hi, hello.
I'm a dummy, right?
Bah!
Get,
And it just kind of smacks you like, ow! Go ahead and roll phase on the truth. You dummy. And you realize you actually might have a singing crystal in your hands.
I know, right? I'm just like, eh.
He's basically telling you you're too stupid to do it the right way.
All right.
And the crystal says, I'll show you. And then the continent buckles as it completely rips all of the phazon off of the continent and starts to suck it in. And the continent's gone. And then the crystal goes burp. See?
Oh, I see. I see.
You are going around on a beach picking up grains of sand and going, nom, nom, nom. This is
All right.
tasty. And the crystal goes, I'm going to eat the mountain range. And you're like,
All right. No, that makes sense. All right. I see why I was dumb. I see. You let me spend that much time. All right. I got it. And then I'm gonna find one of the biggest objects I can.
That's pretty daunting. You do find one, and it is. That's big. That's a lot of energy.
I'm like, all right. I'm gonna.
Hi, hello.
Ready? Me neither. And
Ah.
I'm gonna try and crush it
Go
and eat it.
ahead and roll the phase on the truth.
All right.
You're only able to compress 58% of it until it rebounds.
Can I get a reroll on that? Already add rerolls. All right, we're gonna see if we can get more.
Press it. You got 1 extra percent. Oh, it goes
You can
back.
have another one if you want, because we only used 3 of my fucking 30 rerolls that day.
Actually, you know what? I'm going to use some from the Leah department first.
The department no longer has a contract with Mr. Banshee. It is going over to Spectrum. Spectrum will be buying.
Oh, fair.
Your reroll.
Yeah. Remember we discussed it. Spectrum said they will renegotiate later. Until then, consider the contract terminated, which is why I have 30 available.
Fair enough.
Yeah, he's got a lot.
Oh, that is
a lot more, but it's still.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, something's different. Maybe it's too big. You pick the biggest continent you can find.
That's true.
Which is 3 times the size of the one that was eaten by the crystal.
Fair. I'm like, all right. We go find. Actually, you know what? No, I can't use a bone coin here. So wait, can I use a bone coin here?
You
I
have
you
the
could.
phase-on dimension-specific ones.
Yeah, you know what? Let's use a bone coin here. See what happens. Huh. More order. That's good, I think.
Yeah, you compress just a little bit more. And it doesn't work.
Like, damn.
Haha, you dummy.
Yes. All right, let's go find a smaller one then.
Hee-hees. You find another one.
Yeah.
You find just kind of an asteroid version rather than a continent-sized one. Like, what size are you looking for?
Below like Hawaii, I guess would be the size.
You want to go for an island. All right, bud.
Well, like
You don't want to take baby steps on this shit and figure it out as you go? Okay.
well, like Hawaii's small.
If you pick an individual island.
Yeah, no. I mean, like Hawaii, not the chain.
All right. Well, that's still a ridiculously big chunk.
All right. Let's try this again.
Okay.
Mm.
Okay. All right. You grab it, you compress it, it gets all the way down to a crystal, and you're like, "Ha! I got it!" And then it goes crack, and you're like, "Uh-oh!" And then it goes back to an. You
You
goes
can
back
have
to
a
island
reroll if
size.
you want to try.
Right, no, we'll try.
No, you succeeded. There's no
Oh, okay.
reroll. You succeeded. It's just something's wrong.
Mhm.
It breaks the compression containment, and then you get smacked with an island uncompressing itself with haste, and you would probably with a normal body broke everything, but you get sent spiraling like, that island just punched me. Ow! I've never. Hey, that's a thing you could write off your bucket list. Get punched by an island.
Got punched by an island. Survived.
Your head is ringing, which is the equivalent of you have a bunch of stray math formulae just kind of you're not really going anywhere.
All right, one second. Let me finish. Let me fix these maths real quick. Like, all right, fine. Hawaii, too big. We're gonna go smaller then. We're gonna find ourselves a large asteroid,
Okay.
like Halley's Comet, kind of big.
Okay.
Yeah. Wait, forgot. Yeah.
Yeah, you clunk, and you realize it's gonna break the containment. Something's missing.
Hmm.
How do you seal it in?
What's?
And the crystal goes, "Hi, hello."
Hi, hello.
Math. What do you want to roll for that?
I think logic. No,
Sure.
'cause-
No, you can roll logic, sure.
Yeah,
It'll be a lot smaller number, and it won't be super math, but the truth phase-on is just math. Logic is actually going with logic.
Yeah.
Go
Uh,
ahead. Oh, the money roll. The money roll. Okay. Go ahead and add a second check mark in the truth phase-on, which is what you need.
my third check mark.
Sorry, the third one.
Yeah.
You're trying to compress it into a crystal.
Mhm.
You're supposed to eat it.
Oh,
You're not
that's
supposed to compress it into a crystal. You're supposed to absorb the object into your soul crystal.
Right. Oh.
That's why it won't absorb. Also, you're not strong enough for bigger objects.
Yeah.
This meteorite is strong enough. That island was about as best you can do, and it punched you.
Fair.
You can expect other objects to punch harder and a lot more
Force.
angry force. Yeah.
Yeah.
But
I'm like, I get it now. I was dumb.
So there is a formula you will have to use to devour it.
Okay.
Because your crystal is a level 1.
Mhm.
And if you're trying to absorb something of equal tier or higher, the object you're trying to absorb could just absorb you instead. This is the big risk. If you absorb too much, you could die instead, and you will be a crystal embedded into that landmass. And you're like, oh, well, I died.
I died.
So
Yeah.
You're about to actually dip your toes back into danger.
Mm-hmm. All right. All right.
You'll have to come up with your own verse to devour.
Mhm.
And it needs to be good. But you fucking got the money roll, Char, yet again. Yet again.
Yet again.
Yeah. You've seen E do some stuff. You could probably try and mimic what E does, but with phase-on only. Build your own cultivation technique, not a math formula.
Mhm.
That could be an answer.
Yeah. Oh, that's an idea. Hmm. I've seen I've seen E do it a few times. Could I potentially copy it from what I've seen?
Yes,
Especially
but
since
you
I have my
gain
memory
insanity.
prowess.
You will gain insanity if you're trying to mimic E directly from memory, because E, the way they play with their food and eat them, is traumatizing to those who have eidetic perfect memory.
Fair. Mm,
But the answer is not no. You're just gonna,
right.
depending on how many attempts you have to make and what specifics of the technique you're building will determine how much insanity you're going to gain in the process. Fortunately, insanity is not the end of the road for you because you're extremely susceptible to it. Your chaotic element is protecting you.
Yeah. Actually, I have. Hmm.
Mhm.
Instead of going to E, why don't I go to Ezekiel?
You could, yeah. He is absolutely an individual who is beholden to your group and could actually pull this shit off.
Yeah.
You would need to bring him something to work with because he is not only a specialist, but if you bring him something somewhat constructed, well, that's all he needs.
Yeah. Um. So I think because I've seen what he does, I think I'm going to construct something that's adjacent to it. Um. I've also seen how the singing crystal does it as well.
You watched it eat a whole thing and go. That was a math equation that had enough weight that you blacked out for a moment.
Mhm.
But yeah, it did it. You got the first part of the equation, and then your vision started to go dark, 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 and then you're like, you woke up, and then you hear burp,
Yeah.
and
And
you're like,
so
what?
So I'm gonna go and talk. I want to step out of this near my entrance point and I go find E.
Well,
I'm gonna go find E, and then I'm gonna go find Ezekiel.
okay. And you arrive at E after communicating with Mina, which is required
Hired. Yes.
to meet with E. And E will meet you. And they'll kind of do that slow one eye blink into the other, run their tongue along their teeth, kind of look at you through the glass. Well, don't you look delicious today?
Maybe. I wouldn't know.
I can feel your energy state from behind the glass. You have questions and you want me to help you with something.
Yes, I was wondering if you could help me develop a technique.
Hmm. Ask Mina, my apprentice. If she says okay, then okay. But you need
Understood.
to tell them the full design of what you're doing. Because you wouldn't have come to me if it wasn't difficult or morally ambiguous. You'd
Morally
have gone to
ambiguous,
someone else.
correct.
Or you would have figured it out on your own. Coming to me means you need something that I do. Or you're in a row with Ezekiel and you refuse to talk to him.
But see, there could be the fourth option.
It's the
As
fourth option.
as any good researcher, I get opinions from multiple sources before I make my own.
Though it is something that you can't pull off on your own. Okay. Same condition.
Understood. Paige, Mina, in front of E.
Yes, because I have gone so far since I am required to monitor people meeting E.
Yes, exactly. It's so fun. It's the
Just like
chaos
how,
aspect.
yeah, like
Also, by
E.
the way, I'm going to be looking away from you when this happens too.
I know E can see me in the observation room, so she gets to watch Mina look at a message, pause, and then leave him on red.
I'm like, I'm going to message you.
She's waiting to see how long it is before you just finally come out. Or
Like,
just say something out loud.
oh no, I'm calling you.
Oh, you're calling me now?
Yes.
Da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da.
Mm.
I'm blue. If I was green, I would die.
Do 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 do. Fine. She picks up. What do you want, Aether?
As I'm facing away from the mirror, I'm like, I need your permission. I am looking to develop a technique for absorbing and devouring a particular type of energy. And
What
I am
type of energy?
face on.
Have you already looked into what sort of negative effects it will have on reality should you start bringing that amount of phase on into it yet?
Of course.
Are you lying to me right now? This question comes from the fact that I do have quite a bit of potentia into detecting people lying to me.
I mean, okay, let's see here. When you asked the question, he probably would have done the calculations.
Oh, like as
That's
you
not
asked the question.
As you asked the question, but before the response.
Well, the problem is between the communication speed of you and Mina, it's computer speed because you
Right,
guys
no,
are
no,
able
no.
to compute that.
I'm
I
physically
can
calling them
hear.
on a device.
Yeah, no, that doesn't change that we do communicate at the same speeds that we think. So the moment you pause, start calculating, she's like, so that's a no.
Yeah, it only takes him like a moment of a moment, but it's that the pause is pregnant is very.
For us, it's unnoticeable to flesh beings, but to the two of us, I'm just like, so that's a no.
No, that is a yes, because I just finished.
No,
Told this
you
on
hadn't
people
even.
before. You have told this on people before, Mina.
Yes, I've done that to people plenty of times, which is why I know it's bullshit.
Yeah, right.
Don't try to pull my bullshit on me.
It's my bullshit for a reason. It's almost
So-
trademarked.
So you're trying to devour Phazon to what end, might I ask?
To increase my own energy level. So that's when I go speak to the Leah ascended at the now whatever they're called, council. The annoying people.
Have you ensured that or do you even know at this stage whether or not the next, let's call it level up for a lack of better phrasing? Do you know if the next stage? Yeah, if you know, do you know if the next stage um comes with any complications in the same form as the first stage did, where you lost significant portions of your memories, emotions, and things of that nature?
Going up from 3 to 4 caused no complications, and as this is pioneering in my own field, no.
With your anti-lie stuff, he's not lying to you,
Mhm.
but there's obfuscation because he's talking
That's
about
that's
ascended
all I
levels.
that's all I get from that, Matt.
Mm.
It is very binary. Are we lying or not? Type of setting. Like I
Yes,
didn't make it.
he is.
I have nuance that I'm going to be building, but not there yet.
Well, unfortunately, if it's not nuanced, it's no. He's not lying to you.
Yeah, no, I have not finished building the nuance portion of what I'm doing, because I do have nuance ones right
Once
now.
you built it, give me the blueprint so I can put it on my character on the Monday game.
Sure, it's
It's the
um,
same power set I'm building. Don't lie to me and all the nuances behind it.
I can give you some ideas for it
Great.
right now
Mhm.
for where we are. Okay, so
In fairness, I will also be consulting
has
Ezekiel with this, so it won't be
I
a black potentia.
this is actually a very different question that I'm about to ask you.
Mm-hmm.
And this is more, have you finished consolidating all of your emotions and everything from your first transformation?
Yeah,
You see, have you finished recovering everything?
yeah,
You're still missing a couple bubbles,
a couple.
but they're really, really rare ones.
Um,
You usually don't feel them.
I would say 99% of them.
99%, yeah.
So
The other
Um,
ones you've dismissed if you didn't want them.
the reason I ask is only to see if that is relevant to your future stability for that one.
no, that is fair. I will have to say I've recovered 99% of them. The ones I haven't recovered are rare emotions that are hard to find examples of.
Okay. Do you know at this point whether or not that affects your foundation?
No, it should not.
You do know in the current state you are is the only time you'll ever be able to absorb them. If you go
Yes.
to a higher energy state, the bubbles will
Yeah.
auto pop.
Yeah. At this point, I have most of the emotions that I want to keep, and I am stable enough. Anything, once I ascend, the 0.1% that I am missing, I will never get. But those are emotions that are rarely felt ever.
I'm only asking that question for your sake, really,
Oh, no, that's fair.
because I, of all people, know the dangers of experimentation. You know what I mean?
Yes,
When you
I also kind of experimented when ascending.
Yeah. The voice beyond the glass, he kind of just stretches like a big cat. Once you go too far down the rabbit hole of your own ambition, you are bound to lose parts of yourself along the way.
Oh, yes. It's just a question of whether or not you're willing to accept the sacrifice at a certain point.
Indeed. And that you're okay with who you will become out the other side.
Okay, I will ask the only other relevant question that comes to mind before I give you approval to do as you please. Have you checked in with your girls that they're okay with you leaving those bits behind too? Because I know you do care about them.
I do care about them. I
It
believe the only I am The ones that would have an issue would be Mia. But at the same time, trying to figure out what the 0.1% of my emotions are and then trying to get aroused out of them is very, not impossible, but ones I do not mind leaving behind. I have taken all of my important ones: love, lust, etc.
All right. Well, do as you please, I suppose. Let me put it this way. From where I'm standing, since somebody said it's my decision,
Yes, it is, Prentice. Apologies.
so here's where I'm standing with it. As far as I'm concerned, you have answered the questions I had, and I have asked you the questions that you need to consider as well before you execute this. If you wish to go through with it, I will give you my blessings. So long as you're willing to live with your state as you are now.
Of course.
Then have at ye, I suppose. But she is right. You probably should talk to your girls just to, you know. But it's up to you whether or not you're going to go for the route of better to ask forgiveness than permission, since it's typically what you live on to begin with.
That's not true. I always ask my girls for permission first.
So
It's everyone else.
I detect the lie immediately on that. I know how often you don't ask your girls permission for stuff. I don't even need to ask if you're lying. I know you're lying.
No, I would say 99% of the time you ask for their permission first.
Yeah, but you also use the word always there.
Fair
And
enough.
there's some things you do that you know actually wouldn't approve of that you do anyway. And just mean as like, don't lie to me.
Hmm?
I picked up the power to read lies. I know. But do what you're gonna do at that point. It's your life, your mistakes to make or not. I don't know if it should be a mistake. I'm just saying. I'm just
Mhm.
saying words now. I leave you to your business.
Understood. Have a wonderful day.
I would love to study the technique once you're done with it.
Maybe. It will be a Leah technique, so.
So,
So you haven't cultivated any Leah.
actually, I do have
It
some
matters not,
cultivation.
but what matters most is the cultivation technique itself. Is it proprietary? Is it going to be something for your legacy?
Of course it'll be something for my legacy.
Then, apprentice, just like the technique I taught you for you and your apprentice alone,
Hey,
that will
I
be
said
his.
I would like to. It's up to him whether or not he shares.
Oh, yes. Sorry, I'm watching little cat videos. I get distracted sometimes.
They are adorable.
Mr. Catastic is back with the next the drop of
And
adorable.
downloaded.
Oh my goodness, so many cat memes.
But also focus.
It's hard. The cats are so adorable.
Yes. Have you thought about getting E a cat?
I have considered getting E several pets, and every time I suggest even something mildly like that, I get I would eat it. And I'm like,
I would. It would be delicious,
Mm,
especially
fair.
when it squirms.
and then you'd be so sad that you don't have it anymore.
I really would. I'd be inconsolably depressed.
So we're just, maybe I just need to get you a digital cat. Little robot cat. I'm gonna go
That's
make
an
a
idea.
robot cat.
Yes. Anyways,
Oh my god.
E.
Yes. Ascended one.
I received permission from your apprentice.
Give me 5 days, and I will have something that you might be able to utilize. Apprentice, I'm going to need 200 canisters of
Can do.
Leo.
Just already putting a requisition in with Spectrum.
Spectrum is like, the fuck is this shit? 200?
I'm just going to mark it as a research project by way of Aether and E, and just leave it at that.
And then
Damn. That's more canisters than you guys have on base.
I will
Even
make.
the used ones.
I will. Like, I have something that will help. That's not a. Do you need a canister? Or do you just need the energy?
I need a lot of things. But maybe you'll find another solution.
Maybe. Again, I was going to talk to other people.
Go. Don't hold me back.
Never. And I'm.
I will jump to Ogre. I will have to, unfortunately, since we're having Friendsgiving soon, there will be a cut off at 5:15 my time, which is about an hour and 20 minutes. So we're gonna cut to Ogre. Ogre!
Mhm.
One question on that is just: are we going to be picking up again in the later, or is it just calling it there? I'm cool
gonna
with
call it
either.
there. I'm gonna call it
Okay,
there.
that's cool. Just wanted to ask.
Yeah. Okay, the Gala was a raging success.
Mhm.
No, it really was. Like,
Yeah. No. Celebration. Fucking. Yeah. The gala went fucking swimmingly. I entirely accept this.
what you up to, fam?
Honestly, going through and making sure shit is set the right way. He was making the deal with the fucking the admiral that everybody hates to trade to trade the fighters for his mechs and the pilots.
Okay. He'll do a 1-for-1. Which actually comes out pretty cheap.
Yeah.
Yeah, he only has 17 mechs left. He'll take 17 fighters.
Yep.
He'll also he likes the new micro torpedo technology, even though it's old tech.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, 1 sec.
My motor.
Old but new. It is refurbished.
Do you like that? That's going to be my next research project, making a robot cat for all my power and expertise and all that. And I'm making a cat.
I mean, like I messaged you, Nyx has an old Tamagotchi.
Yeah, that's neat, but I'm actually trying to make a robot cat, like a genuine, like, acts like a cat, including the little asshole things like knocking shit off of shelves. Because it's not a cat if you don't have the full experience.
This is fair.
I will make it so they don't shit, though. That is an experience we don't need to replicate 1-for-1. Speaking of, I need to change my cat's litter. Little shit box. So you're trading with asshole admiral, I take it.
Mm-hmm. Trying to pull. The plan was to pull the mechs off of his shit. Since he doesn't requisition anymore, pulling them off to save their ass seemed the best
Relevant.
way to bite the bullet, you know?
Yeah. Yeah. Like I had been trying to figure out how to do something similar to that, but we hadn't had any of our instant travel stuff done when I was trying to figure it out. And at this point, I am actually surprised he has any left.
Mm-hmm.
Tell you what, those guys are probably going to be fucking fantastic at their jobs.
Oh yeah, basically unkillable.
True survivors.
Sorry, I was talking pain management solutions with my roommate because somebody got one of his friends got piercings that's coming over for Friendsgiving. That's very recent, and they're like, "Ah, crap! I forgot to grab my Tylenol." I'm like, "Oh, here's my Tylenol. It's fine."
Hmm.
Not the best idea, but yeah, that is what it is.
Like I said, it's making a deal with him for the shit. Getting manufacturing done and organized. It's hilariously enough the day after he doesn't get the day to relax. It's mostly paperwork.
Yeah, the Admiral, he wants the installable mounting racks, and the micro torpedoes, because those are rather clever. It also makes the fighters have a very lethal portable option that can be reloaded and restocked.
I mean, give me a period of time and I can get, and I'm willing to sell them.
Yeah,
I
well,
just
you
need to
get
get the manufacturing line set up.
right. You get the fleet response of whatever comes off the line, we'll buy it, which is the this rigmarole again. Every
Right.
fleet is like, we'll buy it all. And it's like, it's almost like an order as well. Like you're being ordered to sell everything that comes off the line, and you're like, don't we have this big fight in a month? Fuck.
Yeah.
Can I afford to sell any micro torpedoes?
Yeah, and that's entirely why he says, I will sell them to you when they are available.
Okay, fair. Because right now, big no.
Yep.
As a kind of a Gala epilogue, there is a fellow you find sitting not in your chair, but the guest chair in your locked and private office waiting for you at one point. The secretary that lets you in kind of like blinks like, Mr. Banshee, I did not let that man in.
I'm not surprised. Give me a few minutes. He'll just sit at his desk and be like, and you are?
I'm an entrepreneur. We've done business recently. He'll slide a business card with the black market symbol on it. I would like your permission to open up a black market on Ares, an official one.
You know my strugglings with this, I assume.
Right. We also never met, and this never happened. And your decision, well, it never happened as well. So
It's just thinking hard on this. He'll just be like, I've got out of the way spots that I've been keeping an eye on. To keep
it doesn't
something.
have to be a large space, as you well know.
Yeah, no, he'll basically just go, this is out of the way enough. As long as you don't cause any big snafus, I have no problems with it.
We don't, and we don't try to either. As for the reason I'm approaching you is the base is on martial law, which means any offense, no matter how small, can be treated as well the authorized forces see fit. Also, with the security on the base and the activity, and the fact that we're going to be inviting people with actual money, it's not going to be a very well kept secret, you know? So
Mhm.
I wish to have your explicit and exclusive permission to host a one-time black market in a week's time, so that you have plenty of time to use whatever you have bought. I promise to bring 4 items of worth for auction and an enhanced mirror market. We will not be pulling from your resources on base. We will be bringing the supplies from our own stores elsewhere, so that it does not tax your current system. We do know that you have a massive influx of money. Congratulations. We would like to see if we can do some business to acquire some of that wealth. For goods, of course.
Mm-hmm. I'm thinking here.
You are being very closely monitored by the Investigations Bureau, specifically about the black market.
Yep.
It's like, but at the same time,
It is a sanctioned thing, and them coming and going, we wish to do a black market on the base is the proper way to do it, too.
it would only be legal during martial law, because the Thunderhead controls the black market, but the Thunderhead down, the Oversight Bureau's in charge. They have said nothing in regards to the black market, which means it's open season on the black market. There's no Thunderhead protection, because it was kind of the Thunderhead's way to control an illegal market. By sponsoring it, he gets to watch where all the things go, and he gets access and doesn't get blindsided. But with him down and the Oversight Department doing nothing, well, I mean, you could get away with it, but you may face ramifications after martial law ends. But not from the Oversight Bureau.
Yeah.
But from the investigators who are going after them. But at the same time, you could just say, fuck those guys. Right?
Honestly, at this point, he's just going to give his okay 1 week's time.
At a location of your choice.
Yep.
He will pass 4 cards. Invite cards. They're all individual per market. The cards expire after the market. These are 4 you can give out to whoever you so choose. This is going to be very exclusive. Only 12 cards will be issued, period, for this market. You have 4. We have the other 8.
Understood.
We thank you, Mr. Banshee. And hopefully we can do continued business elsewhere in the future.
Yep.
Have a good day. And he just walks out to the office door.
Yep. I'm just going to hide those away. And page Armina.
Ba-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da.
Nah, I haven't figured out what his is, but it's not going to be the standard ringtone.
Okay.
I've got a couple ideas, but what's up?
I got the moves like Jagger. I got the moves like Jagger.
No. What's up, Nix?
I need to talk securely without being overheard.
Oh,
I'm
I got it.
Like in your office now.
I got it. I'm Batman. Ring. I'm Batman.
I'm just in your office, like,
yep,
what do you want?
And I'm just going to turn on my helmet to do the full scan for the dimensional signatures and all that shit for any of the other listening devices in the office.
No, you have the spectrum field device.
Yep.
Actually, if you want the one that lights up almost themselves as a listening device, it is technically Mina.
Yeah.
Yep,
Remember, I'm always communicating with the other me's.
And
just gonna-
Minalo, who is also in the office and gives you a wave.
waves back. Just gonna be like, I'm just gonna ask straight up. Any way you can pull this investigator who's up my ass over black market shit off my ass?
Mm,
I only ask because I just okayed a black market be set up on the base.
you have 3 on your ass.
Yeah, I know.
One of them is 004.
So very half-assed.
Yeah, I don't. His only reason is to go, I'm watching you.
Right.
But I'm just like, one's because of the black market, and the other one hasn't even told me why they're investigating me yet.
Mina, you could look it up
I'll
because
take
there
a look at
has to be an absolute official reason.
I will look up what the official reason is.
It's actually not a file you've seen before. It's a probationary term. It's a pre-investigation, but they've slapped on public safety hazard, and underneath it is an investigation as to the quandaries and use of specific technologies recovered, restored, and in production, such as Baratin gas, which is a class 5 substance, just like Phazon, which is a class 5 substance. This person is being very careful about it, but he's putting it under an umbrella of basically your work and business is a hazard to the people of the Enigmatic Empire.
Yeah, I'm just gonna be like, I actually can't, because unfortunately what he's put it under is very valid concerns. Basically, Baratin gas is a similar, as you're aware, similar risk level to Phazon, right? That's what he has it under.
Also,
He has
Chemtech elixirs are class 5 substances.
Basically, it is an open investigation into you, not specifically to come after you, but more to basically start building a case just in case in the future they do need to prosecute.
Right.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
It's also going to be a preliminary and precedent for the Empire's use of these materials. Because if there is a way to use them responsibly and safely, it might be approved. But the danger involved with even a single industrial accident involving Baratin gas can be catastrophic.
So
Like
it
that.
is. Unfortunately, I'm not going to be able to touch this without severely hurting my own positions, as unfortunately his concerns are valid
Yeah,
for the
actually.
substances involved.
Yeah, it is. It's like,
Oh,
wow.
no, if that's the case, I'm not complaining about that. The only one that I'm bitching about is the one that's causing me problems because I'm buying stuff that was stolen and returned it to Thunderhead.
Right.
Yeah, unfortunately for that one, last I checked, he has the backing of the general.
Right. He does. The last one, the general absolutely supports this investigator 2-3.
Mhm.
He is an environmentalist. That's one of his main things. He investigates all industrial accidents, all dangerous substances, and he heads most of the research involving the safety procedures and whether something should or shouldn't be used in the first place. He's all up in every
I'm
department.
talking the black market one.
Oh, the black market guy?
Yeah.
It's
That's
his
the one we were talking
personal
about.
like mission to end the black market. It's like his major
So-
docket that's been on his list for decades.
So, end answer is I could make attempts to remove him, but it would put me into a bit of a, let's call it a contest of interests with the general that me and the general very specifically avoiding.
Fair enough. Man,
That guy, you could just. There's a lot other methods that you could expend that would deter or sidetrack the fellow. In fact, Mina, his major docket, like his major item, is the black market, but he absolutely is trying to build a full case. And if he gets a lead on something he can, go after hard and get more evidence, he's off to the races, which means he
Okay.
could be gone for up to a month.
You know what? Here's Nix, here's what you're gonna do. You ready for this? Stupid. Just feed him something he can chase. It doesn't matter what it is. I know you've got a bunch of connections out in the outer ring. Give him something in the outer ring to chase. He'll be gone for months. He won't be a problem.
Mm.
And I've got 3 of my models helping Thunderhead with the toll. So we might be able to get it up running at least enough for the Thunderhead to start asserting some authority again. We might be able to work around it that way.
No, that's entirely fair. That's a great idea. I wish I'd have thought about it. Too much shit going through my head right now.
Yeah, it's difficult.
And I'm just.
There is one thing in the pipeline, Mina, that does concern yourself.
Mhm.
5 new investigators got their badges today.
From
You're not the last in line. You're 112. Now there's 113, 4, 5, and 6.
I will
and
address that. I will address that in a minute. Go ahead, finish up with Nick's first.
Yeah. Sorry. The reason I bring it up is because one of them, as a piece of ambition, has put kind of a huge class action suit against several different groups just to open up the door and keep the door open with the boot wedged in. And one of them is the black market, which will be one of his major focuses. 115. Very ambitious, very capable. Very high test scores. If the original guy is having so much problems with this extra guy, and with Thunderhead not online, you haven't met these guys, and they might be ambitious enough to bend some rules. And they are close enough with the new technology, and with Spectrum available and public now, there's Spectrum shuttles for investigators to go wherever, which means he could be there within a day.
Who does this guy work with?
He apprenticed under 002 for a time.
Mm-hmm.
And then he went and apprenticed under his master, which was dead, and that is Investigator 030. He's had a really long training phase. He should have been an investigator a long time ago, but he always is handed off to someone else of no fault of his own, or his master dies because there's shootout. He has several successful investigations under his belt and prosecutions, all while being an apprentice, a junior investigator. And now he finally got the recognition after completing a major case while helping to prosecute the Ace Department. And the general was like, fine, here's your badge, here's your gun, here's your cloak, go.
Okay, so he's one of the, but he is associated with the general at that point too.
Yeah, sadly, and which is why the investigator has signed off on the class action suit. But also, scored a line under it, wrote your name in text, and on the line, you have to sign it for him to open this class action. If you veto it, the class action dies.
Oh.
Right.
So
Yeah, the investigator threw you a line here. You can kill it in the crib, but this will be permanent. Anyone can look up that you vetoed this.
what do you think, Nix? Because honestly, the
115 is definitely more formidable and more cunning than the current guy on the black market thing.
okay. So here's the thing: this young guy is gonna get himself killed. There's absolutely no question in my head. He's gonna just get himself killed, and he's gonna do it sooner rather than later.
Well, he's not going to die first. 116 is opening up a lawsuit against one of the fleet admirals.
Oh,
And the investigator general is just like, please don't. There's literally a note on there that says, you may want to reconsider until you have gained more life experience.
What?
And the guy's like, well, he's going after Admiral Harrison for war crimes against soldiers, the mech soldiers.
Oh no!
That's one, yeah.
Just let him. Just fucking let him.
You know what, Matt? Not only am I going to let him, I kind of want to encourage this because I was planning to make a similar move once I had more assets to do it with.
This guy has nothing but paperwork. He has the power of paperwork and his office.
I'm actually really curious to see how far he can get with paperwork.
He has flawless paperwork skills. But, in fact, he actually pulled up old Stormfront laws that are still somehow viable and assertable with a continuation of Thunderhead laws and clauses. He's got a nasty case, in theory, against Admiral Harrison. But the problem is, he has to physically have someone go and serve it to him. And it'll pull Admiral Harrison off the front line, who is one of the most experienced admirals against the aliens, who is the center of literally the vanguard, the tip of the spear against on the frontier, who fights the most off the front line.
Okay.
Yeah, the 116 is about to fucking make a name for himself or die trying.
Okay.
No, he's going to, he's probably going to make a name for himself and die trying.
Yeah.
He's
gonna go down in history as that guy.
That guy that went on who actually took on the fleets, the Mad Lad.
The other 3 investigators that just got initiated are way more tame. You know, one is helping with the issue at home, and also investigating where the fuck all these troops came from.
Oh, that.
Yeah, 113. He's sitting there going, "Well, we need to see to the public first, absolutely. Then we need to gather evidence and find out what the fuck is going on." And then we can proceed to make a educated and informed decision about what to do next.
He's like staring at the fact that we just produced Division. Okay, to get back on topic.
Yes.
Black market.
Well, you need to veto or not the class action. He'll come looking at Ares first because it's the first easy jump in the system.
All right. I'm gonna. Fuck. I'm gonna veto it.
Okay. Yeah, looking through it. Go ahead and roll me law, please, before you make a decision.
You know what? Sure. I got a law degree.
Okay. There's some lingo
Actually,
in there
You
that you
never
haven't.
actually gave me. Is that law? Would that be under trade? Lore?
It is trade. You also have scholastic because you had to study for it. So go ahead
Yeah.
and put 4 check marks in each. Roll trade. You can add your plus 30 from your scholastic.
Sure.
There's some very interesting lingo.
I didn't need it.
No, there is a clause in there, not at the end, but near the end, that if this class action lawsuit is approved by both major parties in the investigatorial bureau, the regent and the general, any investigation under the class action lawsuit bypasses martial law, and all parties under investigation will cooperate fully.
I would kill him if he showed up and started trying to order me around.
He wouldn't order you around. He would tell you to cooperate.
That is very
politely.
Interesting loophole.
But to do so requires both the general's permission. But the general said, no. You need both of our permission. I'll give you mine. But you're going to need the regent's permission. So the general pulled a trick.
He's making me the bad guy.
Not necessarily. You actually see the bone he's pitched you.
It's establishing my authority, too.
It's also, 115, this is something big. The general also has an addendum attached to it. They approve with concessions. It's not a full approve. It's a approval with concessions. And you can do that, too. You can sign off of it and say, well, but...
I could always put in a thing of you cannot compromise the security of the base.
During martial law, you'll have to wait.
Yeah.
You can literally say, wait until martial law is over.
At which point, there's a lot of easy ways to make things disappear.
So many ways. It's a battlefield. It's complete wreckage at that point. Evidence might just be destroyed.
Okay. I will put it in with specification of yes, but
perfect.
You are not bypassing martial law. We need Ares base to stand. You will not compromise that.
Okay, but it will break all other martial law precedences. There's only one currently. It is specifically around the quarantine zone and where the toll is.
Mm-hmm.
It would give him bypassing access if he needs to investigate people. And he would immediately get full access to the toll, Margrave, whenever he wanted, bypassing martial law, because it's class action.
Well, I mean, we already put her in a public location where people can access her. So.
Right, but he can also investigate the Spectrum Department, which he has under one of the major class action, as a covert, clandestine, and potentially traitorous department.
He has made a grand number of mistakes within everything he's doing here, hasn't
he is. And both you and the general were like, sure, but...
Okay, Matt, you already know where I'm going to be doing for that. I'm going to be putting in more specifications. Finish with Nyx, though.
All right. Yeah, Nyx. You got solutions, man. It's good. And Venus just kind of staring at a screen like... Lol.
Yeah, no.
You watch her just stop and just rub her face a few times.
I have the easiest bait for the one investigator that he told me to let him know as. I still have that deal for the fucking egg for the dude out in the fucking outer rim who wanted to buy one of the
Sandworm egg or the rustworm egg. Yeah.
Who wanted to buy one of the rustworm eggs that was in stasis. So I'll just be like, so I've got somebody who wants to buy this. He's here. I'm doing the transit in 3 hours.
Okay. Just
No, this is me to that investigator who I'm
so that investigator
working
like with. You get a phone call immediately and you get the tell me everything.
just gives him data packets. Like,
The
"I
Investigatorial
contacted the-"
Bureau thanks you for your service. Click.
Yep.
Well, that was
And
fast.
yep.
Shit.
And
Oh, he was
otherwise, he's just going to do his standard wander through to check the mechs, and then he's just going to go out to his mech and spend time with it.
He grumbles at you. Even growls a little bit.
And grumble right back at it.
How dare you?
You can either accept it or you can do the paperwork.
The fuck is paperwork?
He gets a psionic impression of paperwork.
You just kinda. Well, that doesn't sound too bad. You too weak to do it yourself? I'd understand. I'd do it for you. If you need me to.
It's more annoying. And then the image of the piles and fucking piles of paperwork that are sitting on his desk that he's completely ignoring to come do spend time with what he feels is more important.
Sounds like you're too weak.
right.
Bops him and then pulls out food.
No. He immediately went from you bastard to oh yeah, food. I like food. He's pretty simple as he is currently.
Yep. But yeah, no, it's in the rest. Hilariously enough, Nyx doesn't have anything else to do right now. It's sit and chew.
Chewing.
Yep, he doesn't have much else to do for the next couple of days. He's just going to sit there and spend time with his mech while doing research.
Okay, cool.
And I'm continuing the research that I've been working on for a while, which is the Void Walkers and stabilizing them.
Okay, cool. All right. So with the tech, you actually do, if you remember, have the helmet. Remember? The extra gear. Did you want to look into the extra the pieces of gear?
I have 2 different helmets, and I had at one point figured out a possible way of using the Baratine gas to stabilize the Void Walkers in their current state.
Cool.
So that's what he's studying, the helmets and stabilization of the Void Walkers.
Not a problem. You gain enough experience. It's actually starting to kind of come to a head. And with the production of Baratine gas at an all-time high, because you've had that thing chugging and chugging and chugging, you've got canisters of it just sitting there menacingly. Always menacingly, because, reasons. But absolutely, you've got an absolute ton of Baratine gas. And you may not have improved their gear yet, but you have enough Baratine gas for very extended durations. So you can have them go out on pretty long missions.
Yeah, so. No, it's right now he's researching how to stabilize them so that they don't need a constant supply of Baratine gas or to be in an alternate dimension just to not die.
Okay. Well, the Baratin gas was pretty much kind of the keystone to this, you know.
Mm-hmm.
And with the pieces of gear you retrieved, it's not too much of a problem. It's pretty much just a matter of time at this point, time and effort.
Yep.
So, not bad at all, I would say. So, how many DTA do you want to invest?
I mean, built up over the past, I've got that I haven't made rolls on yet. I've got 30 DTA put into it, and I only have to spend 4 of my. God, I've got to double check. Yeah, I only have to spend 4 of my 24 DTA a day doing work.
Okay.
So unless something comes up that I'm needed, counting today, that'll be 50 DTA put into researching it, because all I have to do is be in the same room as my mech to sync with it.
Yeah, it's also it's very grabby, I hate to say.
Mm-hmm.
And like, as in anything that comes near within grab range of him, he'll just snatch it and eat it, including researchers and workers. So there's a very do not cross this line or you will probably be dead.
Well, no other workers are allowed in this room anyway.
Right. Well, Jack is. She has to be.
Yeah, fair.
Jack is also one of those safeguards against some of the rarer problems that can result with predators. Because predators, turns out, when they're initially born, they're extremely susceptible to diseases and can be killed. Basically, within the first week, they're extremely susceptible. They can die to things like smallpox. They have no immune system when they're born. They build it over time quickly.
Beautiful.
And Jack is watching your mech like a hawk. Like, do not expose this poor bastard to anything, or else we're gonna have some serious problems.
Yep.
So, not a problem. That's it. You just wanna. That's what you're focusing on.
I don't have anything else to really focus on, hilariously enough.
You don't want to
It's-
talk to Jackie at all?
Yeah, you don't want to talk to Jackie, your homie, your gal, your compatriot.
I'm trying to remember if there was something specific we were supposed to go over.
The
Well.
world. I don't know.
I mean, there's the. I would need to ping you at some point about what, if anything, you were able to get at the black market.
There you go.
It seems we have made some progress.
Right.
Huzzah.
Right. Thank you. Also, Mina,
No.
What?
you get handed a card.
This is a card.
You'd recognize it as a black market card.
Oh. Neat.
It's one of those exclusive invite cards that they absolutely adore doing.
Neat. Yeah, I'm in.
It'll be in 1 week.
They said to bring 4 things very relevant to your fight.
Yep.
Yeah, so
That they were bringing.
yeah. They were bringing it to the auction. So, yeah, pretty neat.
Then I will give Jackie a call. Yeah.
Jackie.
This is Jackie speaking.
Jackie, meet up.
Sure. Where to?
Cool. My bar.
Your bar.
Because drinks.
I
and
know the
relax,
officers'
and it's
lounge
closed right
already.
now.
Yeah.
No, officers' lounge then. And I'll meet you in the officers' lounge.
Yeah, you guys get to the officers' lounge. The poor bartender kind of like hangs his head like, "I'm sorry, ma'am. We're completely out of stock. There isn't any alcohol left. I apologize."
Yeah, we definitely need a Kalen on the alcohol sales, eh?
I don't think there's a drop to be found on base for quite some time.
I'll just pull out my data pad and have one of the drones bring by about 24 bottles of various liquors.
From your personal collection?
Yup.
Alright, just making sure.
Yep. None of my fucking champagnes, because I've still got 4 of them, but
Well,
various liquors and shit.
Fuck those guys. They ain't getting your champagne, right?
It'll take somebody
think?
bending over and begging to get one of my champagnes.
And
To have
paying.
something I really want.
And paying.
Yep.
Because you know how that's how you work.
Mm-hmm.
Alright, it's not a bad problem. Yeah. If it comes from your personal stash, it is not something that is a problem. As long as you have it in your personal stash.
Yeah, I kept half of my personal stash, and the rest I put up.
Right.
Sale.
Then you guys will have alcohol within a couple minutes, and you guys are at the officers' lounge. Just Jackie's there, like, what's up?
I mean, like, so did you get me anything?
Yeah, I got you once, actually.
Ooh.
Yeah, Jackie went to town. Jackie did some work. Didn't you, Jackie?
Jackie will present the yellow, the red, the white, and the green.
All 4 of them? I thought you were going to keep some.
No. I mean, you're the one that has to work with it anyway to get it going, so it's your stuff.
I mean, technically true, yeah. Fuck it, it's your stuff.
Anything you want from these?
I think the yellow one's gonna become important for some my power core I want to make. I need something really hot in order to really run with the yellow stuff anyway. So,
All right.
Yeah. From Jackie's description of the yellow one, it's very dangerous, to say the least.
it needs to evolve. That's for sure. I don't know how else it'll be done. So,
oh, I can do that.
Yeah, the I'm really sad I didn't get the teal. The teal kind is like corrosive, but it has this movement type that is really like kind of what I've been missing. So I was kind of disappointed. They're going to be there again, so I might be able to get the teal. But
Right.
So I did something for you.
Oh.
You need to go to Ouroboros again.
Oh.
Chemtech trader I got this from. Not the Chemtech, sorry. The Xeno trader I got this from. He's still there. He's waiting on you. You should find the supplier for him. Who we got this shit from. Because you can find that. He has the black mix.
Say no more. I'm just gonna be like, thank you.
No worries. This is what you need, right?
Yep. And if you need anything, let me know.
I was sorry I had to, break the bank for what you gave me, but
oh, don't even worry about it. As it stands right now, that was a literal drop in the bucket.
Good stuff. Good stuff.
If you need anything, just let me know.
Yeah, I think the only thing that you might be interested in for me, my development, is I have a psionic organ now that would be interesting to use. I haven't really got to use much of it, and I know you're rocking it. I can definitely tell. So, if you have anything I could help with that, that'd be cool.
Nix will just pull out his little belt pouch, rifle through, and be like, this one.
All right.
Just
What's this next?
hands you a vial.
Okay.
Have some fun. Do some drugs.
Do drugs.
I'm sorry,
On
that
it.
was just so far. I should have honestly, the campaign we're running, I should have expected it, but just hearing it's really funny.
This is something I developed a ways back. It will give you an initial boost to your organ strength.
Cool.
Or something.
In numbers terms, it will add a wavelength to your organ.
Pretty damn good.
All right. Cheers to that, Nix.
Also, if you ever need any cash, don't be afraid to ask.
Yeah, I know where you live, so it shouldn't be too bad.
Yeah, right? I know. Just that line, so reliable.
Oh, right. You're the other one that has problems with this. This is my big gratitude gift.
Oh?
No, this is my big gratitude gift to you for helping me out with this. And I'm just sending you a hangar bay.
Okay, yeah.
What?
This is yours. Go see what's inside.
All right, will do.
What's inside is one of these small Spectrum shuttles.
I see. Yeah.
That's not cheap.
Yep. I had 3 of them, and you're the only other one in the party who has problems just getting around.
Mm-hmm.
So you get a
not
small
fun to hear, but he's not wrong.
So I'm giving you a small personal Spectrum shuttle.
Cool. I will check it out. Yeah.
And I guess then, yeah, I'm heading to Ouroboros because apparently I have a date with a Xenotech merchant.
Yeah. Looking around, seems to be nowhere to be seen. But Jackie did mention the guy was trying to play hard to find. Period. So, How do you want to approach this?
The 2 standard ways that I know of: wandering and listening, and smelling.
What kind of listening are you doing is the question.
Psionic listening, because that's just become kind of my passive state lately.
Mm-hmm.
And I've always been able to just pick up and follow the smell of Xenotech.
It's not wrong.
And with my new physical modifications, it became a lot more prevalent.
Physical modifications. Over 9,000.
So I'm going sniffing and listening and just randomly wandering in the quieter sections, because that's where I'd expect to either find him or be found by him.
You'll find the guy. He's kind of waiting in a non-conspicuous area, but he's not doing too much to hide, interestingly enough. He also doesn't look very suspicious either. He's just a normal guy hanging out.
Mm-hmm.
And when you get close, he's like, "Yep, no, that's that. That must be you then, huh? That was fast."
I was told you're waiting. I don't like people waiting on me.
Oh, well, I
I
appreciate that.
I
I was
prefer to
just
be
gonna
the prompt
leave.
type.
Well, I was just gonna leave otherwise. You know how
Yeah.
that goes.
Mm-hmm. So I was told you can get me in touch with somebody who has what I need.
So it's a big if, like a really big if,
Mm-hmm.
but it's not enough. Here's his card. So to put this into perspective, this is the guy. He's the big dealer. He thinks himself very fancy, and you gotta give it to him. He knows what's up. He knows what's going on. So that said, um, just be careful he doesn't take advantage of you, because I don't like to recommend people to him and then have them come back and blame me for what happened. Okay.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
All right.
That,
I'm gonna
that's
send. I'm
entirely.
gonna send you his contact info. Just know that it's not my fault if he scams the ever living shit out of you, or something else happens. Okay. Okay.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
That's fair, right?
Yeah. You have given fair warning, and I
All
am
right.
grateful for that. Most just expect me to walk in headlong.
Some people prefer that. I think that's dangerous, but I mean, whatever. It's up to you. That said, he goes by the Collector. He is very particular about that, as he is a very particular individual. I can't, unfortunately, hand out the particularities of why he's that way, but I do have just basic advice you can give pretty much anyone. Show respect and all that jazz. But he does have an obsession with playing the wealthy noble. From the here. He'll pull up a video from the forum, the arts forum, and it's
Mm-hmm.
one of those old videos where it's this very pompous noble with entitlement and privilege and yes, you do not understand my position. I will crush you with my social weight. Like one of those movies. He thinks himself a noble among people. Most people get along with him well if you kiss ass a little bit, I think. I don't know what the approach is. I've never met him myself. I go through his middleman. Wear your absolute finest, because he enjoys associating with the high society, which is, I think, why he would meet you, because you're an up and coming, successful guy. But again, I mean, I've already told you he's gonna, well, be who he is, the Collector. So if you're gonna make any trades for anything, intrigue him, even if the price is ludicrous. Money really doesn't matter to people who have infinite money. So,
Yep.
I think he has infinite money. That's the rumor in any case. Yeah.
Good.
The trope is he's got more money than some fleets, which is stupid, but I might tend to believe it if it's one of the poorer fleets.
I wouldn't be surprised.
Yeah,
And
well,
my friend also mentioned something about a color that he wasn't able to buy.
yeah, the Black Predator sample, the only one ever taken successfully.
No, the well, there.
Oh, the teal sample.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Best offer, man.
best offer? Are you looking for trade or?
Well, at this point, I'm just looking for a piss ton of money. I got plenty of budget. Just wreck. Just throw a big number at me.
Sure. How about 500 million?
It's extinct, though.
Fair. 700 million.
750?
Because I like you.
Shakes your hand, and he shadily hands you the sample. And, yeah, you've got it. There you go. The collector's the only one with another copy of that one. That's the last teal sample I have, and I don't think there will be more teal samples of the teal predator available because it's extinct. So, you know, you're a collector of a wealthy guy. So. Yeah. Thanks for doing business, man. Here's the collector's number. Do not call him the day I give you this, okay?
Fair enough. You want a day to disappear.
And do not call him after 4. Outer ring time.
Outer ring time. Good to know.
Outer ring time. Yeah.
All right, then.
And also don't call him before he's had his breakfast, which can range from 8:30 to you know what? I'm just gonna give you a list. There's like a 1 hour time window in which he won't immediately hate you for the phone call, and he gives you this piece of paper with like 17 do nots. And it's like, this guy, I'm already starting probably not liking this guy. Just fuck this guy.
And this is why I have people to handle shit like this, as I have learned from dealing with other pompous wannabe nobles.
Right.
I have to have a coterie to handle that kind of shit.
Yeah. All right. Let's do a last little thing with everyone. Jackie, are you still here?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, because I do gotta leave in a couple minutes because we're doing Friendsgiving. Any last thing you want to do?
Yeah, I'd like to get some external cultivation done, I guess, so we can just do that.
Sure.
I was going to convert some Baratine gas. That's what I was gonna do.
Yeah. Jackie, you will receive in your inbox. You're under a preliminary investigation from one of the new investigators, 117. He is looking into all things involving the Regency, and he is pitting his career on it.
Okay.
You can kind of read it like.
Sorry.
And it's just kind of you're looking at it like there's no actionable anything on it. It's just, you are part of a overarching umbrella investigation into what is known as the Regency.
Cool.
Fortunately, you get to know who it is. Investigator 117. The name is not available, but
yeah. Got you.
Neath is also under investigation, which makes sure I twitch a little bit, just like, well, looks like he might be digging his grave.
Yes.
I think I started laughing.
Literally too, because he will dig it in the salts, the rust flats.
I'll dig his grave for him.
No. I'm going to make him dig his own grave. That's what I was trying to say.
Like he's crying, just like, please let me go. Dig.
I'm actually legitimately now considering inviting him for an interview.
I am really curious about what is going on, man. Like, why'd you pick the Regency? Well, I mean, it's this new thing coming out, and why are you putting manacles on me?
Wait, I'm not under arrest. I'm an investigator. Oh, you're not under arrest. You're disappearing.
Don't worry about it. If you don't understand what's happening, then you don't need to.
Okay. Yeah, you can get some external done.
So, got to talk
Get
about this
some
for a sec with
verity.
you. If I am doing external potentia, is it going by this still the same? Passing gives you an additional, singles give you +1, and ones give you more or something? Or how are we gonna?
So
Because
for you, ones will give you 4. Single digits will give you 3.
mhm.
Passes will give you 2, and a fail gives you nothing.
No,
because
fail will
it's
still
converting-
be a pass though. In that case, it'd just be 1 in that case.
Right. So since you can't cultivate inner potentia, any inner potentia then is converted to external potentia.
That's fine. So since I have mastery of body and my grandmaster, is it 1 is a 10 for, or I can make 10 external potentia kind of deal, or how are we doing that?
You have the grandmaster rates, so
Right. Yeah. So I'm wondering for that's for external potentiate, right?
external and internal.
Yeah.
You're your own grandmaster at this point. You get the
Right.
best DTA.
Yeah. For
numbers.
I mean, like, you know how we have the magnitude for potentia. Like, I can either get 10 potentia or I can get 1 potentia. That's
your average is
perfect.
5 right now.
Oh,
You haven't, and yeah. So the average you get just base is 5. You have a rating 5. For each potentia out of 10 for each individual one. You can absolutely work to make it better.
okay. Because that's what you told me before, that it was 9 and 10, but that's fine.
Oh, it's 9 and 10. For your specific techniques, anything involving the servant's dilemma or the nanobody is a 9 or 10. I'm talking if you're trying to do the Aegis technique or the Hearth technique.
That's that. Okay.
You haven't mastered those yet or implemented them. But for the techniques that you are a grandmaster of, yeah, it's 9 or 10.
Okay. Cool. Yeah, so I'll roll those for you whenever, and you go to the next person. Sounds good.
Okay. Aether, last things.
Yep. I was just gonna see Ezekiel.
Ezekiel, he's lounging. Not in the usual cigar bar. That's closed, interestingly. And sure enough, you find him at one of the parties still going. He has a specific party room that is still going for another 12 hours. And he looks over. See, I told you he would show to find me eventually. You all didn't believe me, but... Well, what is the magnetism of a god if not absolute? Ascended one.
God Ezekiel.
He actually gives you a very formal bow in front of everyone. And the others are kind of confused and they kind of give a hasty bow. You must show respect to those who have ascended. And he gives you kind of that. It's just a placid smile, but there's a twinkle of mischief in his eye.
I will bow in return.
How can I assist you, Ascended?
I am researching a technique that I wish to have your input on.
Perhaps this god can help.
Yes. I'm looking for a way of devouring other energy sources.
I think that can be completely doable, depending on the rarity and the type of technique. White, gray, or black. And of course, limitations. And he will hand you a business card, which is very un-Ezekiel, but he has an audience. And he's like, after the party, meet me in this private room and we will discuss
the future of this technique.
Understood. As a
But-
note,
Oh,
because I have sourced out other people, I have sourced out your counterpart as well, in case you wanted to
you
make
had
a
to bring
better
the
showing.
devil in on this. You're going to make it difficult. Regardless, your payment for such a service, and he'll hand you a drink. You're drinking with me. You're going to be my drinking partner until this party stops.
Understood. I'm gonna put a little Leah Pearl in it.
Massive energy.
And I'm just gonna drink it. And I'm like, I actually have a unique type of alcohol. If you would like to give it a try, if you're even capable of drinking it.
Is that a challenge?
It is Ezekiel.
Challenge accepted immediately.
I'm going to pull out the
no.
ascended alcohol.
Oh, that is going to give me a stomach ache. But I can drink it. Perhaps last. Let's end the night with it.
Understood.
Last things for Ogre, and then last things for Mina. Ogre, last things?
Heading back and spending time doing his research.
Okay, we can do that in between.
Yep.
Mina, last things?
Am I muted? No, I'm not muted. Actually, this is going to maybe. Well, Aether's definitely going to hear about it because Ashley's getting a message from Mina that just says the debt's due and a project file because she still owes me for her current life. Really? So the project's name is just what was I gonna
Whitest Star?
no. Simplest words.
Okay.
What it is a project into revamping the entire project of the animatronic system to no longer create black potentia in the process, and also to upgrade the animatronic bodies to a new model.
What's the baseline? Are you going to be using Gen 1, 2, or 3 as the baseline for Gen 4?
All three are going to, at least what I have of all three, are going to be included in it. There is not going to be a, you need to use one thing or another here. This is I am, like, everything we have for the animatronics is being put into this, and it is getting that A-rate budget that I've had in my pocket forever applied to the research project.
Nice. There is absolutely a text sent to Aether that just says, "Honey, Mina's bullying me."
What do you mean, dearest? I
He
don't
wants
think
me to
anyone
do a
bullies you.
research project because I owe him a favor from all that time ago about the animatronic body that he gave me, and now he's calling in the favor, and I have to do really interesting research. Ugh.
I know, you such beset on all sides.
He's bullying me.
She's
bullying me. It's
I know.
unbelievable. Make him stop. Sorry, make her stop. Make her stop right now.
I will send a message. But if you really don't want to work on it, then you do
I didn't say that. I only said he was bullying me.
Oh, that's fair. I want to send a message to Mina and be like, Mina, please stop bullying Ashley.
No.
All right. Well, then I guess I have to retaliate in kind.
Okay.
You're gonna give me fascinating research?
Chaotica.
Oh no. Alright, so guys, we're gonna cut it here. We won't be playing next week because of Thanksgiving, but I will be giving everyone 35 merit. Happy Thanksgiving. Thanks for playing, guys.
Woo! Play on 2 weeks.
Yeah.
Hey, just to torment you, I'm gonna drop my Saturday, and I presume we're on Sunday cultivation rolls,
Oh no.
just so you can see them rolled. There you go. Enjoy that. Go. Why? That's only a 5. Mother. Can I borrow some of those re-rolls?
Enjoy those 4 100s.
They don't do
Actually,
anything.
I
No,
know,
they
but
do something. They reinvigorate my destiny point thing. That's what they do. In fact, I will apply that to fucking because I only have one charge. I will apply that to the 73.
Okay.
I don't know what that'll. I assume that probably just changes it to a success or something. Whatever, not important. Nix, can I borrow some rerolls on Sunday?
Okay. I gotta go. I'll see you guys.
Yeah.
I'll just finish rolls. I'll leave them on the thing later, man.
sure.
Thanks, guys.
Be safe.
I know what I'm aiming for. I'm fucking. Did you have extras left over on Saturday?
Yeah,
I'm gonna re-roll that 100 then.
we never burned through all of my rerolls. It has been months since we've gotten me below my rerolls.
How many do we have?
The last time I got low on rerolls was when we were in fucking Moldreds.
All right. Well, how many do you have left on Saturday? Because I'm just gonna use them on my cultivation then.
I'm keeping a chunk because I need some for mine as well.
Well, this is for
But-
Saturday when we
Yeah.
were still the cult. That was still the Gala.
Then you could burn through 10 of them.
Okay. It's whatever limitation you want to set. I just wanted to make sure you remembered which day it was.
I set some aside for other NPCs and players, which
That's
is why I said you could have 10 available.
That's fine. Like I said, it's based completely off of what you're willing to give me because I'm very pissed about the Sunday one where I only got 5 fucking successes.
Well, I'm gonna take off, folks.
Peace out.
Okay.
Be safe.
Just
Y'all have fun.
later.
Please.
I'm literally just putting the rerolls down so that Matt can see them later. Because I keep sending him messages like, okay, this is what I cultivated, and then he like never responds.
Left on red.
Basically. Let's see, I've got 1, 2. How many of these are 16? So how you two doing?
Pretty good.
Yeah.
Mhm.
It's good.
So yeah, I'm looking ways to get stronger for the final battle.
Yeah, I'm planning to put some cultivation into at least seeing if Matt'll let me put cultivation into like trying to get my like the mech I really want to have running for the fight.
Uh, I'm gonna be piloting the Atlas on the ground battle,
Yeah, we know.
and then I'm gonna go into space,
Final frontier.
and I'm gonna be fighting mechs as a
Um,
tiny little ascended.
What I would suggest for you, my friend, is very simple. Focus on finishing all your bubbles. That's what I would suggest.
I have
You finished all your bubbles?
Mhm.
You found them all?
all but a few. Yeah,
Get,
all but the last 0.1%.
get the 0.1% that you're looking for. Finish it off.
Like,
He's already written them off.
yeah, like they are rare emotions.
I think that's the only thing you're missing on for your one of your gates.
Oh, I absolutely think something very similar. I just don't know if they're actually necessary for the gates. There's 4 I could do with that.
Yeah, because I was actually trying to skip the second gate altogether.
I don't think
Says
I don't
who?
know. I don't know if skipping the gates is viable.
Well, so we know what the second gate is, right? And the third gate is basically returning to origin, right? So Aether's idea of returning to origin is rebuilding his entire body out of energy. And besides, everyone's path of enlightenment is different. Who says I'd follow Shangri-La's order?
Well, Shangri-La encourages you not to follow her order.
Exactly.
So that went to 1, so I get an external as well. Have one more. Like, I'm trying to figure out, well, a lot of things, but I'm trying to figure out what to do about the whole oversight department thing because I just don't care about them.
That's
But
gonna be the
they're
hard thing.
being-
I don't know what we can do about them.
Yeah, I don't care about what they have to say. Half of it is fucking worthless, and they're being a pain in my ass.
The big thing for Aether, the big thing is like they not really bothering me.
They're I think I just don't like them on principle at this point. I think
Mhm.
that's where I'm standing because, like, they're sitting there going, "Oh yes, we get to declare that you're not going to be regent anymore," and I don't actually care about the regency, but the gall of those motherfuckers.
They have someone powerful come up and say you're not allowed to do this thing.
Not even that. The fact that they're going, "Oh, we're going to strip you of your position," and I'm like, "What makes you think you have the right?"
Right?
Like in the first place.
Yeah, and like my thing's Aether doesn't care. Had they threatened any of my girls, though,
I'm surprised they didn't.
I know, right? And if they did, though, Aether would look at the Shadow Man and be like, "All right, which one of us is faster?"
I'm willing to rip his arms off. It's fine.
No, because just like how he's an Ascended One, I will close off that Shadow Dimension.
You know what? I'm just gonna say someday I did it with fucking E and just ignore anything that's not 100. I don't fucking care today. I've got 2 Grandmasters. Why don't I cultivate with them more? No, I understand exactly what you mean. There are certain people that I'm pretty sure we could absolutely wreck the oversights committee's shit if we really wanted to.
I just think most of us don't care.
No, the only thing that annoys me is that they think that we should. That's the best way I can put it.
Fair enough. Let me see something here.
Now, if you excuse me, I need to figure out what I'm about to spend 105, 103? I got 200s on there. Yeah, so 103 Potentia on.
And that's fair.
What about
That is what
stats?
I do now. Huh?
What about stats?
Okay, my entire physical block is the lowest I have is 160
Yeah,
with agility having 190.
but how many of those have you put Potentia into yet?
All of them.
Okay. I got you.
That's a full stack of Potentia in each. My stats were at 80 before that.
That's the
Except for
missing
agility.
piece. I got you.
Except for agility, which was at 110 after the elixir there.
What about one of your qualities? What about that?
Oh, I've got a cultivation list. I'm just sorting through what I'm going to put it in first.
Oh.
I have like several thousand potentia planned out. What are you going to say, Char?
I'm sitting on exactly 13 potentia.
Nice.
That's all Aether's cultivated was 13 potentia.
Really?
Yup.
It's like Leah Potentia, though, so.
Yeah, so it's like heavier, and then I'm 17 potentia. I have 17 potentia cultivated. And 15 of it is Leah. And so the next thing I want to do is once I figure out this potentia technique to devour the energy, I'm gonna just put a pentacle heart right on top of it.
Make sure you get it to 10 first, though.
A pentacle heart puts it straight to 10.
No.
What?
What I'm trying to say, it doesn't put it straight to 10. It gives you 10 potentia.
It creates a full stack.
Yeah.
Of fulfilled potentia. That's what it does.
Yeah, and then pentacleizes it.
Yeah.
So what I was told was you have, you get from 1, then you get 2 potentia, then 3 potentia. And that would count as a 10 potentia.
It largely depends on what you're putting it into, because like I was told something similar for some of the things I can cultivate.
Like I know black's different.
If I put it into my black potentia, then I get a very similar build rate where he's looking at normal potentia stuff, relatively speaking, so he has different rules. Because if you're putting it into a normal potentia thing, it gives you a stack of 10 fulfilled.
Yeah. But also mine isn't normal either because mine's heavier.
Yours is Leah. Actually, yours has a very similar nature to Black Potentia, so you probably will fall under the same rules if you're doing Leah Potentia.
Fair, which means I'm going to have to cultivate 10 potentia and then put the pentacle heart on top of it.
Yeah, unfortunately, often enough, we end up, like when we start playing with the big things like that, we always end up fucked mildly.
Mm-hmm.
Like the reason I always make sure to fucking have my masters available is because I have to roll below a 15 to get an eternal potentia otherwise.
Sorry, go ahead, Char.
It also reminds me I have to finish. I got a schematic that I have to modify and then put it on my master and then drag them in and rip their skin off and put another Leah barrier on top of them.
By the way, I already have a me on the disassembling that ship. When I get the FTL drive removed from it for us to be able to study it, I'll let you know.
Mm-hmm.
For that back half of the ship. I don't know why that just popped in my head, but it did.
Yeah. Because I want to use that to make the face-on drive. Or see if you'll give me hints.
Why does that sentence sound like such a terrible idea, Char?
So I'm going to be making a face-on pearl that will allow my Leo warships to essentially be fueled for eternity.
So why is that not giving me any more confidence in what's happening right now, Jar?
Don't worry, it will have an emergency ejection system to automatically shunt it back into the phase-on dimension, where it will shatter into 1,000 little microparticles.
And I remember when phase-on was super fucking corruptive. Man,
it still is.
Those are the days.
It still super is. Like,
I'm glad you figured out how to use it, though. That's nice.
Right? Like, it's still super corruptive, but it's like, how to say it? It's like a nuclear bomb, right? Or it's like nuclear energy. Once you learn how to properly use it, you're good. Just no one knew how to properly use it except for the council, and the council is full of idiots.
Assholes. They're full of assholes. They were very smart. They were assholes.
Tomato La Sombra.
They do kind of remind me of the La Sombra sometimes.
Right?
Well, anyway,
Mm.
I guess we could actually no. I think the people we can compare to the La Sombra better Spectrum. They're the ones that like to sit in the shadows and fucking like rub their hands together
Mhm.
and go nick 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 nick.
I'm in a vampire game on Saturday, and I am playing a. We're in Chicago,
Chicago.
and I'm playing a Bali.
What's a
Really?
Uh, demon infected vampire.
Ah, cool.
Yeah, basically.
And the thing was, she was a La Sombra who went to the Camarilla, kind of, who joined the Capone gang. Became a La Sombra of a recognized La Sombra of the city, and then got re-embraced as a Bali.
I feel I need to ask the important question of why.
Why were they re-embraced?
Why did any of it?
Because one, La Sombra are fun. Two, because we're playing in V5, a lot of them get turned like in the V5 storyline. The La Sombra are leaving the spot.
Yeah, they're leaving them in mass. A lot of them are heading over to the Camarilla, and like they don't really tell anybody why, but they are murdering each other for the right to jump ship.
Yeah. So my character murdered their sire. Then, because they're technically Savat, or technically Camarilla, because they're part of the Capone gang.
Mhm.
And during a botched attack from the Capone gang, got captured and turned into a Bali.
I see. That makes much more sense.
Yes, and not just like a Bali whose sire was a Bali straight from the tap.
Wow.
Right?
Yeah, fun playing with it.
Yeah, I do.
That's your guys'
I've actually gotten good.
I was just wondering if that was your the game you guys swap GMs were. You guys all kind of play in the same group and swap GMs.
Saturdays, yeah.
Yeah.
I am going to be making I'm currently making a V20 server. Oh, sorry, a World of Darkness V20 server.
Cool.
For text-based roleplay. Because it's hard to find people who want to. That's not true. It's really easy to find people who want to play World of Darkness. It's really hard to find people who can play World of Darkness.
Or want to run it.
Yeah, right?
It's kind of the same thing with like Shadowrun, where it's easy to find people to play it. Like there's lots of people that are like looking for a group for it. But there's
Mhm.
basically nobody willing to run it, and the people who usually do actually get into them don't understand what kind of a game system they're getting into, and they expect the wrong things.
And how do I say? I was a G. I was in a. I was I was a GM for another like V20 server.
Mhm.
And I had a lot of people coming from like Mind's Eye Society.
Those assholes?
Yeah, right? The LARPers.
Yeah.
And they got very mad when we were like, yeah, no, he just killed you in one shot. I mean, why did you pick a fight with him? And I learned apparently in Mind's Eye Society, you have a cap of 5 damage.
Yeah, they've got weird rules to preserve their characters.
Mm-hmm. I'm like, that's weird. And they're like, what do you mean? Like, that's. Why did you, as a newly made Bruja, walk up to the shifters and smack him across the face and not expect to get pimp slapped into next week?
Because in the Mind's Eye Society, you can get away with stupid shit like that as a Bruja. I don't know. That's one of those LARP societies I looked into, found out how bad they are, just was like, no. Which is why it makes incredible amounts of sense that Alex is in that society.
Alex? No, he's not. He was.
Yeah.
Because, like, that was one of the only ways he can get into, like, that's one of the easier ways to get into World of Darkness.
Was, and he fit right in.
Actually, no, he left really early in, because a lot of people there were even worse than he was.
Yes.
You can say that, but that's not how he portrayed it to me when he told me about it.
Mhm.
Which, if I have a misconception, that means he put in a misconception there, because
Yeah, fair.
that's not how he put it.
It's, I don't know. It's one of those things where Mind's Eye Society is just, when I look at it, I see nothing but a dumpster fire.
That's because it is nothing but a dumpster fire.
Right?
A dumpster fire in motion. I'm like staring at 100 Potentia and going, what do I put it in? Because I have a list of so many things. Maybe I'll just put it all into psionics.
Maybe. I have to figure out what I'm going to be putting myself into. Well, that's not true. I know what I'm going to do when I start cultivating Potentia again. I know I'm going to put it in. And the question becomes, do I have the drive to do it?
I think you got this.
Right? Because I still have to fix my master.
Fuck, I just remembered I still need cultivate want for what did that mech that called itself the End. Maybe that's what I'll do with 10 of this, like a 10 stack of this. Just put it into something called the Want and then just hand it to him. Here you go. I'm also now going through and like checking off ones I've already cultivated. You know what? I actually did cultivate two funny things that are kind of funny. I actually cultivated two that I call Look of Authority and Look of Disapproval that I'm just waiting for the opportunity to pull out. Just look down upon people and go, hmm.
You know what? What I'm kind of excited for at this point
Hmm?
is figuring out what is going to be happening in Mildred's.
Oh, well, I mean, I don't know much either at this point. I'm putting pieces together at the moment because, well, you heard what I already went over with him. Thing is, we have like fucking what's his name? Crashing Anvil. He made a toll protocol for Moldreds, and we have that in our pocket.
I'm just surprised you let the pure Milo get away.
The one that was down there.
Yeah.
So that the reason why is because the one that's down there, what it's keeping busy is the actual spirit of Moldreds itself,
Okay.
or Mordreds.
Yeah.
If I pulled her out, the spirit of Mordreds would no longer be distracted and would just be wandering free.
Okay.
Yeah.
So no, that's pretty important to have the uncorrupted version.
I know. And I really wanted to pull her out, but I had to remind myself like what she's actually keeping busy down there.
Well, thank you for reminding me. It's good.
Yeah. I need to figure out how to deal with that too. The whole thing that I have to figure out how to deal with is the black potentia. Maybe that's what I'll put my potentia into.
Don't you
Yang
have a
manipulation.
corruption resistance?
Yeah, I already have a corruption resistance, which what it actually does is it makes it so that black potentia has half its weight instead of its normal amount, and I
Right.
have some resistances to being corrupted by it from external.
I feel like Matt wants black potentia dealt with by gray. I feel like that's how he wants to deal with that.
I have been trying to figure out how to go about gray because I want to cultivate all three.
Yeah.
White potentia, black potentia, gray potentia.
Or yin and yang.
But
in that
every
sense,
time,
right?
yeah, I keep broaching the subject with Matt and I get no answers or get told, oh, that would just become black potentia. And I'm like,
Yeah, he probably just doesn't know himself yet, honestly.
yeah, I don't know what he. Maybe I'll just put 10 potentia into black, like Mukiang control.
Yeah.
Maybe I'll do that. A black potentia cleansing, maybe.
I feel like that's like a talent you need to make first and then put potentia into.
I don't know. He's like I want to just float them by Matt, but he has a habit of just shooting them down when I do it, and it's kind of gotten demoralizing on that front.
That's fair.
Because I don't know. I've just kind of gotten a little tired of always being like when I'm like, oh yeah, this sounds like a good idea. Let me do this. You know?
No. We try though. Try.
Yeah. I'll pitch it to him because I do want to start cultivating gray potentia. It's been on my list. I don't even like when black potentia itself got introduced. I asked about gray potentia. At least introduced to me. I asked about gray potentia, and I've been trying to angle my way towards it ever since.
Yeah, it's because of me. It's like that whole representation of yin and yang. You got your black, white, and then you have the line in between, which is the gray. And duality has been a pretty big thing for my character, but it's kind of just like I don't know. It's been weird.
It's that's I guess the best way to put it is it's been weird, like trying to do the duality thing. It feels like he doesn't really want to do it, despite the number of NPCs he has doing it.
I think he just wants us to find the right solution somehow. It'll pop up when it does. You just gotta roll more
I
ones.
guess.
That's what you gotta do. Use Destiny Fragment, roll 1, get a spend 25,000 merit, and you'll be all set.
I finally made an actual conflux, by the by.
Where'd you go?
Yeah, I called it Destiny Bringer. Basically, a bit ago, I had this thing where I gave Milo access to my full stack of whatchamacallit, my full stack of what's the word? Boons. I gave her access to my boons.
Yeah.
And what she gave me in return was basically access to her equivalent. And what it is it's called calamity currency. And every time it gets used, you can only use it on your own rolls, and it automatically rolls 3 100s.
Nice. Yeah, no, that's good. That's good.
And like after I got that, I was just like, hey Matt, can I build the opposite of this? Where instead of guaranteeing 3 100s, it's basically the equivalent of like 3 1s or like, whatever. And he was like, so like a Destiny fragment. I'm like, sure, that works. Not wanting to argue with that. So now every time 100 is rolled, I have it get refreshed essentially.
All I can say is I'm jealous. Good job. You made me jealous.
Yeah, go ahead.
Oh no, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, because I have to roll. Well, not only do I have to roll on a 100 to refresh it, but every time I use one, it generates a calamity coin because I attached it to that to be able to like have it be a destiny piece. So it's not perfect in any.
No, it's not. No. Especially if you have to use those calamity things for sure.
Milo will use it if I don't. Like she basically will sacrifice herself for it. I'm actually creating a sacrificial research project to dump them into that is going to be a horrible Frankenstein of a project that should never see the light of day.
I think I figured out what I want to make an aura ability. I just need to figure out how to do it.
All I can say is think of it like a domain, but it's not a domain because Matt's not using domains in the system. So,
Well, right. So essentially, what I'm doing is I'm going to make how I make you want to basically have it happen is think of it like 4 floating crystals
sure.
that then go and make that copy whatever formula I put into them outwards. So I make an Eye of the Storm situation.
So you have it there. Think of a aura ability for yourself as like a theme. mine's magnetism. Make yours like a storm, in a sense. Eye of the storm, in a sense, could be your aura.
Yeah.
And then work off that.
Yeah. And it's just how to, I guess, make it practical. Know what I mean?
What's the mechanics behind it kind of deal? What does it do?
It essentially makes a constant copy of a formula that I put into them.
Is it kind of like having spell slots available for yourself?
No, it's just reverberates an ability.
It's an ability.
Yeah.
What is that supposed to do, though? I'm not sure what that's supposed to accomplish. That's all.
Okay, so like, let's say I put in one of my formulas that I have kind of basically memorized disintegrates things on an atomic level.
Yeah.
So it would create it would just copy that like formula over and over again until I tell it to stop.
Would it kind of be like you not having to worry about the action economy for what you're doing?
Kind of. The problem is, like, in order to do that, I would have to dedicate so much of my personal processing power to be able to do it.
But I was
Just have that
thinking,
formula running.
like, you know how you get crystals, right? Like, make it a something like you're saying that stores that. Let's call it a program. It stores that logical formula, and it can be used when you tell it to use. It's kind of like a slot that you put something into.
Right. That might work. Make it just like a data crystal.
Are they producing just copies of the formula, or are they also able to execute them?
Okay, I shouldn't say copy. It executes the formula consistently.
Okay, I see what you're trying to do now, then. So you just wanted to be able to automatically execute the formulas.
Yeah.
On command, simply.
Yeah.
Which made me think of like a spell slot in a sense. Like you just, it kind of.
Yeah, I see why you equated that to spell slot too. Like that's how I would look at it too.
Yeah, but I'm thinking more like, I don't know, a data chip.
Or Liam, your data crystals that kind of store information.
Or like a piece of software that executes a move for you.
Yeah.
Like an agent in Shadowrun. I see what you're trying to do. Here's the question of how to build that for Leah, though.
Make an aura ability, do it Leah, and then literally make a complex on that aura. That's my suggestion.
Well, my thought is why is it an aura though? Like it's more creating little servants that don't have full sentience, they don't have free will or anything, and they just execute on what you want them to execute on. It is identical to having a piece of software that self-executes certain programs.
Right.
So why tie it? So my question is, why tie it to an aura?
I mean, how would you do it?
Me, personally?
Yeah.
The way I would do it is I would have it be... Basically, I would have it be an independent power unto itself that creates these little agents that work for you.
Mm-hmm.
So instead of an aura, you're basically creating a slaved subunit, effectively.
Yeah. Oh, kind of like a stinging crystal.
Huh?
So that little crystal I have inside of me, they're called singing. Yeah.
So it'd just be an ability to generate those little singing crystals that could execute a single function, and that allows you, as you kind of put more merit, potentia, whatever Matt wants to shove into it, to kind of expand them. You can add more functions, you can make it so they can act more complexly, and most importantly for Matt accepting it, it also places a hard limit as to how many you can have, because you just set a hard limit of, oh yeah, I can have this many, da 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 da.
Right. The reason
Resonance.
why I was thinking of making it an aura was because it defines parameters and limits into an area. So it's not copying, I don't know, an ability onto every single subject. The problem with aura is then I have to self-calculate it constantly.
Well, no. So what I'm thinking is that you basically have them set up where they can basically load one holy formula, more or less, or one whatever formula you want to use. And basically, you select the formula, you make the unit, and then it acts completely independently from there. Like you have to direct it as to what to attack, but that's just yelling orders, basically. It just makes it so they don't. It just makes it so that it's also a safety precaution to make sure they don't just execute things on their own, which could be. Well, you had that experience with the teleporting computer, remember?
Yeah,
So let's
that
not
was
repeat
fun.
that.
Why not? It seems fun.
Fun for us, and then the cops get called again.
And then Jackie gets
Right.
called to bail you out. I got you. Don't worry.
See,
I'm
look,
not
I got a
bailing you out next
Jackie.
time.
I got a Jackie. It's all good. But yeah, no, that was kind of like my vague assertion of an idea.
Yeah,
I
and
think you should work with that. You got this.
I definitely think you have a very good idea there. How you want to execute it's completely up to you. I've told you how I would do it. You don't have
Yeah.
to use my design. That's just how my brain works on it.
It also reminds me, because we talked about domains. I know, fucking what was his name?
NPC?
No, this is in his
The Monday game?
Yes. Someone
What's up?
he literally just cheesed his way in getting into his domain, right?
Who did?
Million,
Oh, kinda yes.
right? I'm like, don't get me wrong, excellent cheese there, my good sir. Excellent cheese, right?
He still hasn't figured out what he wants to use it for.
I can tell you that was gonna happen. I think for me, I think I know the direction I want to go for start building it.
Completely straight with you real quick.
Hmm.
The problem Matt and Million are going to run into is a very simple one. They kind of found ways to cheese their way into domains directly because they assume that's going to give them power very directly. Million's currently actually ahead of Matt on this front, though. Because he hasn't used it yet, it will give him time to build other powers to act as a base for it. Because the more base powers you have, the more powerful the domain will come out in the end, because you actually built a base for it to function off of.
If you don't have a foundation for your domain, you kind of are limited.
Yeah.
Yeah. So if you want the nice GM advice, having a foundation for the domains is more important than having the domain.
Oh yeah, no,
And
like
those of your team that haven't done that are going to regret it long term.
yeah, no. I have an idea that I want to use for like I'm already thinking of like how I want to do my domain, and I'm already thinking about the base of it.
I'm not sure what you're going for with your character currently.
I mean, looks, neither do I, and I'm learning along the way.
That's the best way to do it, Char. That's for sure.
Right?
Well, the way I'm looking at it is, so far, the way you've been going, of the entire party, you're the one that's actually kind of going, oh, I'm picking stuff up from these other voidlings and stuff. I'm actually growing from my experiences, whereas everybody else is trying to grow in spite of them.
So my current plan right now is actually kind of revolves around catalyzing that bow. And it is to get an ability for hunting voidlings, because that's all we've been fighting and eating.
Well, yes, because where you are, there's not a lot of other things to. Fucking cat! Sorry, I just had a cat jump and try to climb me, and I think she's demanding to be let into her bedroom that she has her food in, the little shit.
Are you guys still in the Endless City?
Yes, we're still
Yep.
in the Endless City, but
Oh.
like,
Yeah, they're still in the Endless City.
yeah, right. But like, that's the idea. I'm kind of going with towards my character right now is hunting down the essentially hunting the hunters. So I don't have to worry about fighting for food.
Sounds like
one of the ways
you
of saying
need
it.
something that's from Twilight. Twilight will have you covered. Veil, Void, easy peasy.
I'm covered in veil right now.
You're covered in Veil Bone, which is different from the Twilight.
Yes.
Yeah.
So he actually does have it. He does have the right of it here. If you okay, so Twilight is the only ones of the Void that can actually use Veil in addition, as in not Veil Bone, actual Veil.
Yeah. Problem is, I'm not on good
So
terms with Twilight right now.
you're not on bad terms either, because you didn't try to get out of the sentencing or anything, and instead you went, okay, I will choose a challenge.
Mhm.
And that is actually a big thing among Twilight. I've made it clear they like stories. And they like seeing stories that have heroes and protagonists and antagonists and all that.
Yeah.
The story of somebody overcoming the fact that they are a criminal in the Endless City to become a Twilight, that would be one of the epic stories they like.
Yeah. And like, I'm not sure, like, so that's the thing. I'm not sure that's where I'm going with it, or if it's like, I'm not sure.
I will warn you now, if you don't go down the Twilight route, you're going to want to pick up some extra Void Bone instead, or Veil Bone instead. The reason why is that getting Veil into Void requires a very, very specific set of actions that you probably aren't going to find yourself able to commit to.
Mhm.
Not out of will, but out of the physical incapability of doing it.
Yeah. And so, like, how should I say? It's not like I'm opposed to it, but like currently I have a contract with a greater voidling already.
Sort of. You've
Yeah.
agreed to exchange your vision for vision.
Yeah.
That isn't a deep enough contract that you're so bound to it that you can't join another faction. It does mean you'll eternally have a spy unless you figure out a way to get rid of the deal.
Yeah, get rid of the deal and keep the powers, right?
You just need to go blind. Daredevil of that shit.
Oh, it won't let him go blind. I'll give you that for free.
I mean, she doesn't want to go blind anyways.
Yeah.
Yeah, how could you look at your girlfriend that you desperately want to get home to?
Yeah, that's really one of the biggest things.
Well, boys, I'm gonna head out. You guys take care. Have a wonderful Friday, and I'll see you later. Peace.
Yep, later, Johnny.